Hello and happy 30th anniversary to Tokimeki Memorial 1, and welcome to my very rare playthrough video. It's my first time talking while playing video games, so I apologize beforehand if this turns out like really bad. And I guarantee I'll be saying a lot of or like. So you could just podcast this. Like I'm not doing anything special, just a casual shiori ending playthrough. But there is a possibility that things might go horribly wrong because, you know, I might get confused over something so simple. Ugh. And honestly, this is my first time playing this since my review on it, which was over 2 years ago. But I think I'll do okay because I played this like a lot. So yeah, so this will be mainly a Q&A session, as you already know, and I really appreciate like the all the like comments and questions I got. Honestly, given my like close to zero engagement, I was happy if I had like 5 responses, but I have about 40 questions to answer, and I'm not sure if I could answer them all in this like particular playthrough. Maybe not. Let's see. So I'm playing this on an emulator, RetroArch or RetroArch, and using keyboard. And the keyboard sounds are it would be pretty audible. I think the microphone is a bit close to the keyboard and my face, I guess. I will be doing some post-processing on the audio, but it still might be, you know, audible. And I apologize beforehand if you don't like those kind of noises. For example, like some people can't stand the sound of other people eating while streaming, right? Am I okay with that unless they make really disgusting noises? But I understand why some people find it like, you know, just a turn off to listen to that particular person's stream or anything. Yep. I always choose Shiori's birthday as September, what was it, 4th? Because, you know, there's a reason. Okay. Okay, let's start with the opening, because it is unique to this port. I will be answering the questions, but I just want to talk about it before. So it is unique to the Super Famicom version because of the machine's limits. So they couldn't have the original PC Engine version opening where Chad observes Shiori from a distance at the back of the classroom. And Kirameki is apparently like a high-ranked school. And Shiori here, she's acting like Chad's best friend, although in the lore they were supposed to be distant since elementary school. Because if you play the drama series, Chad was like too embarrassed to admit that Shiori was his friend because like he was a little kid and his friends teased him. So he told in front of his friends that she wasn't his friend and skipped out on their annual Christmas party together. So yeah, they did. Yeah, they are supposed to be not that close. Shiori smiling and talking to Chad and asking him they'll walk home together after school, which she doesn't do after this day. It's probably because I just assume Shiori's mom told Shiori to just walk home with Chad on the first day because he doesn't have any friends, so well, that's my guess at least. And actually the sprites in the SFC version, they're very distinct from the PC Engine and the PlayStation port. Personally, maybe this is my nostalgia speaking, because this is my first Tokimemo. This is the first Tokimemo I played, because I only had the Super Famicom at that time, and I borrowed it from a boy in my cram school. He was one of those rich kids where their parents buy anything that's new, any game that's new. So he had Tokimeki Memorials. I'm like, if you're not playing it, can I borrow it? And he said, sure. So I did borrow it for several weeks and never saw a Shiori ending. Yeah. And here's our favorite information broker, Yoshio. At that time, Ueda Yuji, he was pretty new, but he was very passionate about his role, and from what I read, he insisted that he get a character song for Yoshio. So that's why they released his single CD, 100% no Shibun, right? And he had this really cool album cover. I put it as a huge image in my Tokimemo 1 review, because yeah, it was pretty hilarious. Here's Rei. At the time this came out, Rei being one of the romanceable characters and in a man's guise, it was a big deal actually. That's why she was pretty popular. It was a big twist, and because I don't think there was any cross-dressing romanceable female characters. Well, mostly because before that there were romanceable stuff for eroges in PC98. But there were plenty of cross-dressing women in shoujo manga, notably Lady Oscar, right, from Berubara. And oh right, I promised to meet up with Shiori. Thankfully this wasn't Miharu. It was Rei. Don't mind. And yeah, actually Lei talks to Chad here, right? So maybe she was interested in him from day one. She bumped on purpose, like Miharu. Wow, we're going home with Shiori. Won't be doing that for about a year. And Shiori here, in the original opening, I think Yoshio was the one who talked about the legendary tree, but in here, Shiori is the one who tells Chad about the tree. But still, it kind of feels awkward because they're really acting close. But right after that, it will be play the same old Shiori. She'll just say, yeah, I don't want my friends gossiping about us. Just go home. We always joke that fans actually always joke that there will be a huge lineup in front of the legendary tree on graduation day, because there will be more than one couple confessing their love to each other. So in the puzzle game, it's revealed that girls have to fight each other via a puzzle game to have that spot, right? And Shiori ends up as the final boss, and she said, I've been waiting for this for 18 years, and you have to fight her. And Chad doesn't really care as long as the girl's good at puzzle games, I guess. Here we go. Now we're starting. First we'll drop a safety save. I won't be doing any like loading because in a playthrough point at a playthrough, personally, I don't like people save scumming. It doesn't really look good. So first, no, not. I guess not. So what I like to do first, when I'm beginning, is raise insight. It's like trendiness or trivia, but insight. Maybe insight to see through the what's like cool these days. Let's raise insight because it does like raise looks and insight at the same time. And I would like to join a club. It'll be the drama club, the best club. Actually, the art clubs are way better than the sports clubs till maybe Tokimemo 3. Tokimemo 4 sports clubs are a lot better, but generally the art clubs are a lot better than the sports club. There's really no merit than just winning tournaments and having different arcade moves. And for Tokimemo 2, of course, if you're in the baseball club, you have to there is an event with a romanceable character, right? So drama club it is, best club in the game, personally. So the reason I chose like Shiori's, look at she's not smiling anymore. Birthday is on September 4th, is that she will be in the same club as Chad, and it will like affect her affection. And it's a like a much easier gameplay like that way, so that's why I did that. It should be fun, and look at her expression. So yeah, another safety save. Now I'll be answering the questions, and I'll be stopping the recording here. My voice is like still like shaky, right? So I'll be taking like a 30-second break. So later. Alright, let's begin with the Q&A. Before we begin, the questions will be in sequential order by date, and I bundled similar questions together. And I'll put your names on the timestamps on the read more section for convenience sakes. So just look for ID and click on whatever time I put on. So let's begin. The first question is by Sam3851. My question for the Q&A is, what equipment do you use to record? My microphone is a blue Snowball Ice. I looked stuff up, and this is the most cost-effective microphone I could find. It doesn't have a mute button, but it doesn't bother me that much. And I originally didn't have a microphone arm or a pop filter, but thanks to all the Patreons, I later on, starting from St. Valentine's School, I was able to buy one. So thank you very much for your ongoing support then and now. And what was your favorite episode to write? Probably Booking Man, because while writing I could just poop on it without any remorse, because that game has absolutely no redeeming factor whatsoever. I could just write whatever bad things I want to talk about. So that was fun, actually. And the second question is by tatsufromkansai. Who is your favorite Tokimemo 1 character? She just appeared. It's Yuko. You'll probably know why in my character introduction video. She's pretty truthful to herself, and she doesn't have any like redeeming factors on her, which is a plus personally. And when and why did you start writing video game reviews? Well, I said I liked reading gaming magazines when I was little in my Tokimemo 1 review, right? And those gaming magazines had reviews. Did I read the magazine? Probably not. Reviews, and I liked reading those reviews, and I thought I wanted to write something like that on games I played. And I wanted to put it up on a website, because the internet, the information superhighway, the internet was like starting to be a thing back in the days. So I learned how to write HTML and JavaScripts and make something that resembles a website, I guess. And rented a server, which was pretty cheap back in the days. It was about $10 or 10,000 won a year. And there's this FTP server program, right? And I uploaded on that on my server, the server I bought. And I started on 1998, 7. And ironically, I didn't want to become a gaming journalist like those stuff I read in the magazines, because I knew even at that age that you had to play video games you weren't interested in and had to write something on it to get paid, obviously. But I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to play games I want to play. I know. And next question. What are your favorite video game genres and consoles? Practically for video game genres, I dip my grubby little fingers into anything I'm interested in. Except for racing games, because I don't know, I'm not really good at driving in any other, like LA Noire, GTA, Deadly Premonition. I really didn't like the driving. At least in LA Noire, you could skip the driving sections, which was pretty cool. And for video game genres I look up and like to play the most are, well, old dating sims, obviously, and I especially like CRPGs and immersive sims, but not walking simulators, because walking simulators like Gone Home, Stanley Parable was okay because you could do weird things, but mostly when you talk about those walking simulators, it's just walking and get immersed in the environment, but you couldn't do any funny things like jump off a cliff. So my favorite immersive sims are those things where you could potentially kill others, kill stuff. The 451 games, especially like Deus Ex. I really love Deus Ex. And Deus Ex, System Shock, Thief 1 and 2, and Dishonored. And it's by the same studio by Dishonored. Prey 2017 is one of my favorite games ever. Just wanted to tell you that. And yeah, so basically immersive sims where you could kill stuff. Consoles, I had a Super Famicom and a PlayStation growing up, so mostly I played stuff Sony released, basically. PlayStation games, a lot of RPGs I played practically all the Square RPGs on SFC, and a lot of RPGs in the PlayStation. I was a big fan of Squaresoft. And have you ever traveled outside of South Korea? I lived in the States and now I live in Canada, so yeah, I guess. Do you like Sanrio? If you do, who's your favorite character? The Hello Kitty Sanrio. When I lived in South Korea, Sanrio mascots were just when you walk into a store, they were everywhere on the products, the pencil cases, the notebooks, the pencils, pens, and everything. So I didn't go out of my way to look for a particular character that I found cute. I do have a Patsumaru pencil case. Still have that. And I played Show by Rock a lot, about several years. And I like the water element bands, especially the furry band, the one with the wolf, Kauga Strikes. They were my favorite band. Basically I watched the Mayfield animation. Yeah, that's basically it. And Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, or PC. PC for now, because I'm practically a PC person now. As I said, my last console was the PlayStation 3 and the Nintendo 3DS. For generation wise, after that I moved on to PC because there were way more games I wanted to play on PC. I'm sorry, I have to do some gameplay. How many languages do you know? Just a humble 3: English, Korean, Japanese. And the next question is by Sebastian, who is one of my Patreons. Thank you very much for the support. What are your favorite video game genres besides dating sims? I just answered that. And what is your favorite and least favorite game ever? My favorite game, well, I will talk more on my favorite games later on. There are similar questions, so I'll save that for later. And least favorite game, to be honest, I don't find a particular game hateful, or I don't loathe it, because I like video games in general. So if there's no video games I would like to hate, if that makes sense. But Pokemon is pretty disgusting. Yeah, Pokemon. I know I talk about Pokemon a lot, but yeah, Pokemon. Okay, moving on. Next question is by Mintabani, and they ask, do you have any limits regarding what the premise of a romance game visual novel contains? Are there any tropes that you cannot stand seeing? I played eroges when they were pretty popular, and there were so many problematic stuff, and that is deemed controversial even now. But it was in the boundaries of an eroge, so I just played them. If they were popular and people liked it, I played them. So not really, but there's this particular trope or word I hate. Yeah, hate, it's a strong word, but I really don't like the word joshiryoku, which became popular after maybe the 2010s. And let's see, art, I guess. And joshiryoku basically translates to feminine power, and it's basically the ability to do conventionally feminine stuff, like cooking, making a sandwich, cleaning, and sewing. So, for example, if you're a good chef, if you're good at making sandwiches, a character says, "Oh, Bapsago, you have a very high joshiryoku." And yeah, that word is, yeah. But it is used a lot generally in video games in Japan, and especially, yeah, stuff with romantic elements. Sorry, my brain pooped there for a moment. Man, this is hard. So, any other tropes I don't like? Well, this is almost a given, so you have to live with it if you play the genre, but there are some very whiny characters, both male and female. Crybaby whiny characters. I really don't care for them, but you can't live without them. And on the other side, on the romantic characters, there are those very possessive, obsessed with only the player character. The rapey those rapey romantic interests, right? They're not necessarily yandere, but they're shown to be very possessive. And there's this game, for example, most of the romantic interests are vampires. It was very popular. Diabolic Lovers, I think. And I think for me, I thought all the romantic characters are yanderes, and the protagonist spends most of her time being tortured and almost getting raped, and all those romantic interests have sad pasts, so it's totally okay. And she's the main character, and they're only obsessed with her, so it's very romantic. So yeah, I don't care for them, but those types of writing are very common and popular among otome and romantic genres in general. Mostly for women, I think. And next question is by SuzuHat9336. If you could bring back one dating sim or visual novel series, what would it be and why? Oh, it's easy. If it's a dating sim, it's Meet obviously. And Tamura Junichi, I prefer to be the writer. But it would be okay if there was a capable staff. No, not the cursor speed. I want to save. And also, if you could bring in someone who's never worked on a dating sim visual novel, who would it be? Probably Nishimura Kinu. I want her to finish her job, what she did in the Capcom Design Works, the otome game I talked about in my rival schools video. Yeah, I would really want to see a finished product. And maybe Matsuno Yasumi, the director for Final Fantasy Tactics and Tactics Ogre, because it would be pretty funny. Oh no. Pretty funny, since I imagine most of the characters would be siblings, including the player character. Probably has a romantic interest, a brother or sister romantic interest, obviously, because that guy really loves siblings. So it'll be funny, I guess. And sorry for all the pauses. I have to think. Really, this is hard. And next, by Alexandra Turcoat 6411. What would be your favorite usage of trope you dislike to the guts? In other words, an appropriate usage of a trope you often see used in ways upsetting you greatly. What would be the favorite parts of your least favorite piece of media? Well, I talked in the last question that I really don't like the word joshiroku, or generally judging someone by their feminine values or whatsoever. But for example, if it was a setting or a character for example, if it's a period piece, let's see, Sense and Sensibility. When I watched Sense and Sensibility, I watched it before I read it. Okay, I was very young. Okay, when I watched Sense and Sensibility the first time, I had a really early, not like other girls' phase, so I didn't like how all the characters were just interested in marriage, when the whole point of the novel was, at that period, women, it was a big deal on women having someone they love marry them. So, and Jane Austen famously was never married and had children, right? Almost at the age where she died. And yeah, come to think of it, there was this Jane Austen MMO called Ever Jane. And the last time I checked, the server got shut down because there were no funds. And I do get it, because the last time I went there with my sister, they had about 5 people, and 2 of them were mods, and they were observing everything we were doing. Because it was a small MMO, the graphics were, not that good, which was funny, so I didn't mind. But we were just screwing around because everything was so janky. I don't know if I still have the GIF I took, but there was this coach, the horse-ridden carriage you could ride, and you could basically just fly through the sky and go sideways. And it was really funny. We were like laughing our asses off doing that, and one of the mods actually came over. In that mod, you have to roleplay as as a character in that period, so you had to talk like a Jane Austen character. And he politely asked us if we were having any problems. It's kind of pressuring, like, don't do this thing because it's not funny to us. And we both were like really, kind of didn't really want any attention. So we were like, oh, okay, no, we're not having any problems. We're just having fun. Just ran away offline right after that. Yeah, that was my experience with Everjane. I think they had a Miss Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy NPC, but they didn't say anything. Yeah. It was supposed to be like a socialite adventure simulation game, and you could manipulate your peers with spreading rumors or the premise looked interesting. The game, not really. And next question: what would be the favorite part of your least favorite piece of media? I don't know. I'm trying to make Booking Man a meme, so I'll talk about Booking Man again. For Booking Man, it was funny enough for me to beat it multiple times. So it could say I found it interesting to a degree. More insight, I guess, is fine. And next question: is there any other movies, shows you would like to talk about on your channel? Not necessarily adaptations like with the Tokimeki memorial video, but more obscure South Korean shows and movies from your childhood, for example. When I lived in South Korea, I was a snob. I only watched Japanese and English, only watched Japanese and English cable TVs, but the Korean TV it was always accessible, so it's not like I didn't know about them, but more stuff I watched was for example movies, films, Hollywood films, and animations from NHK, and wrestling. Yeah, wrestling was really fun. And Wheel of Fortune, Jeopardy. One of the reasons I love trivia. And American Gladiators. So if I'm always like pondering on making another channel where I talk about other things other than dating sims, other than video games. And mostly it comes down to cartoons, because I really love reading cartoons, manga, comic books, manhwa in general. And I want to do a series on Oishinbo a la carte. It's one of the manga that established the whole gourmet genre. And it's very long. It's a very interesting read though. But in North America, they only had like 2 or 3 localized anthology-ish books, not the whole series. And I want to talk about the some episodes in there and the anime adaptations of it. And the Oishinbo channel, YouTube channel, is actually on YouTube, and they show episodes for free on rotation. And as far as I know, some of the episodes have English subtitles, so if you're interested, you could check it out. And for animation, I would like to talk about obviously the more rarer ones, such as Char Sahibzad. It's an Indian animation about Gobind Singh, and it's a very high budget, but the quality wise it's not that good. But they tried to, for example, in Sikh beliefs, the guru, he cannot move. You can't animate him. So basically, it's a 3D film. It's a full 3D film, but only the Sikh, he's 2D, and he moves like the weeping angel from Doctor Who. You know, you look away for 1 second and you're like they're in a whole different pose and a position. He basically moves, not move, but he's basically like that. And my sister was more interested than me to talk about it because she knows better and she's super into Indian movies and culture in general. But she won't necessarily say anything bad about it. But she's kind of afraid the backlash or the wrath of the Sikh, like the Sikh community, because both Char Sahibzad, it was on Netflix. I watched it on Netflix. It's not on Netflix anymore, but it's on YouTube. Both there too, and both of them have about 9.1 million views each. You notice that some Bollywood film clips, they have really high views. Indian bots, there are Indian bots, but there are a lot of people, mostly I think Indian people watching it. So she's kind of afraid maybe some people will kind of come to say stuff about her film. So I'm like, well, it's better than no response, like my channel. I appreciate your comments, but I'm a fairly small channel. So yeah. And there's this other movie, other really high budget Indian animation, Kocha Dayan. There's this guy and he rides a dolphin. It was in a really pretty epic scene. Yeah. So if I were to talk about a Bollywood animation, maybe there will be some people coming in and telling me, how dare you say stuff on it, right? Maybe I'm being biased or something, but I would like to talk about it, someday. Okay, let's continue on. Next question is by Fluffy Dream 5909. Is there any idea or concept you would think it would been interesting to see in a game? Like how out of nowhere thinking this could be a great game if it was real? Well, not necessarily a great game, but it's like really horrible from a design document view. But I played a lot of video games. I mean obviously I played a lot of fighting games when I was young because I went to the arcades a lot. And the coolest looking game was obviously fighting games. I did play some shmups, but it was mostly fighting games because fighting games had cool characters and a story mode. And I liked looking like, not even when I was playing, I like people playing it and looking at the lore, but most people just skip through it, so I was really annoyed at that. Anyway, it was there was this period I thought this would be a really cool fighting game or a really funny fighting game at least. And it's like it had a character and he was supposed to have this really huge wang. Obviously it can't be shown in the video games, so there he has this really huge wang, and it's for some reason it's always like half erect and it's really huge, so it's covered by a black bar but it goes through the entire screen. So basically half the screen is a black bar and he could like swing it and slap it around. Yeah. that was my like concept for a fun fighting game. Yeah, it's very juvenile. Let's read the magazine. And the other one was a fighting game where all the characters actually had concealed firearms. They're hiding it, but when their HP reaches like low, then they could whip it out and shoot it, and it's almost like a instant kill. But there were moves to disarm them before, like it take the guns away from them before they could take it out. But and actually the Fist of the North Star, the arcade game by Arxis, had a really similar system. The guns were just replaced with arcade moves, but the arcade moves were really strong, right? Especially like Toki was banned from any tournaments, right? Because like that was his moves were impossible. I remember that. Okay, let's sleep and do a safety save. Sometimes the recording pauses randomly for some reason, so I do have to watch out for that. So if the video and the game starts are choppy, it's because either I paused or like the game paused. Okay, next question is by VieriTheArtist. What is the strangest otome dating sim game played and have in your collection? Like the kind of game where the premise is so bizarre but so interesting that it keeps you playing. I mean, yeah, there were some mechanically unique dating sims back in the 90s where dating sims were big. And True Love Story, it's not bizarre, but it focused on communication, right? And there were plenty of other attempts that attempted attempted communication with the girls. And there was this game called Noelle, not digital, and when it came out, people were really interested in it because it had really good illustrations, and the animated opening had all those girls in bikinis running around and striking poses. But when you actually play the game, just right from the beginning, you can't really fathom what's going on. There are like bubbles, speech bubbles floating around the screen, and you're supposed to match them to like form a conversation with them, and they don't have subtitles. So and if you don't know Japanese, then it's like automatically you can't play it. I know you said no, it's just yeah. And yeah, like Noelle was like that, so lots of people bought it, but I don't think a lot of people beat it. And it is on PSN. I'll just lose anyway. I'll do the 100-meter race. And not similar, maybe similar, but on the PlayStation 2 there was a game called Shine, and it was basically a communication game, and you had to make combos with the PlayStation buttons to form a chain. And I'm gonna lose to Yoshio. And that's how you communicate with the girls, and the pattern was really absurd. Yeah, that was one of the weirdest cases. I did not beat Noelle, but I managed to beat Shine. I should make a video on that. And what for the otome side, there were games that became a meme because it was so weird, like Duo Love for the DS. Your boyfriend is a fighter, in MMA fighter, right? And it's a DS, so you had to touch him. You're kind of like their nurse, but they have this like whole tournament in the underground in the old building of a high school building. That's what the school is all about. So you're kind of like their manager, and you go to their room to heal them, massage them, and by touching them with the DS screen. And they make those really moaning sounds and facial expressions, and which was considered pretty hilarious, I guess, in Nico video. and they have this like infamous heaven mode, right? With the pink background, and they're like really happy, really so. But I didn't personally. I didn't consider it that weird because, well, it was just an otome game with, you know, touchy stuff because it's a DS, right? So it was like an otome game. So yeah, it wasn't that weird, and there's the really obvious ones, right? Like Hatoful boyfriend. But I don't think it's an otome game. I think it's more of like an adventure game than an otome game. You'll just know when you like beat it to the end. And what was it? The Nico Nico, the famous one, Kakuen Handsome. You know, Kakuen Handsome. There, it was pretty popular, so there was an animation, right? And that was like the artwork was really weird, but it was just a legit BL game. So for me, it wasn't that weird. And Shota Macho was pretty popular in Nico Video. It's a BL game. It's not rated R. It's a BL game, and from the title, you'd think it's about a Shota guy and a macho guy, right? But it's basically a Shota character, but he's actually like 22, and he turns into this muscular macho guy, but he has the same Shota face, and he's supposed to be the main character's older brother, and the main character, his father got divorced, but he remarried the Shota guy's mom. So he wants like a family. So it's basically a family drama with some romantic elements in it. So yeah, it looked weird, but it was a game, right? And what weird games? Oh, that mobile game with my horse prince. Yeah, the horse with the handsome face. Yeah, that was just an otome game with, like, you know, horses, right? With weird faces. I think, yeah, AVGN recently reviewed that and it was really cringe. Next question is by emutant8350, a long-time commentator, I noticed. Thank you very much. For my question, do you think dating sims of old, with gameplay not romance visual novels, would make a comeback? Honestly, no. No, not really. The dating sims now are in forms of a side option, right? In other genres like RPGs. Miharu. And Baldur's Gate 3 was really huge, and Hades was really popular among certain audiences. So I don't think, like, raising stats for the corresponding to the romantic interests. Those kind of games, I think, are pretty much dead unless it's an indie game. For example, there's this Korean game called Love Delivery. It's on Steam, and the character, yay, I did perfect. The main character is a overweight otaku dude, and to go into some romance routes, you actually have to take care of yourself, you know, by exercising and taking care of your skin and all that. I watched someone playing a demo version of it before it came out, I think, on Twitch. And what initially got me interested was the voice acting. There was this girl, and she was shouting at the protagonist for being filthy, and she was really rude, and she was swearing a lot. And the voice acting, I really loved how she was like doing the acting. So that's what initially got me interested. And the artwork is pretty, so if you're into those things, you could check it out, I guess. I read the magazines. It's like a habit to me, reading the magazines, because you have to call Yoshio if you missed anything. Next question is by vanveleca. Do you have interest in reviewing newer dating sims visual novels? Not Not really, not really. I'm maybe I'll probably review Maker Karen when it comes out. But for newer visual novels or dating sims, it's pretty accessible and you could play it. So unless I'm sponsored or someone like pays a ton of money, I'm not really interested in doing that. Health, art maybe. And save. No, not the magazine, save. Okay, next question is by Tofu6573. If you were to make a dating sim, what mechanics would you like to explore and what would be the premise? And there's a similar question by Magunik. Is that Damien? I like Damien. After playing many sim date games growing up, have you ever been interested in creating your own game? And if you thought about it, have you ever imagined a plot for it and a cast of characters? What tropes you would discard and what tropes would be your favorites? So yeah, of course I played a lot of dating sims and of course I still do want to make a dating sim. It's been on like, you know, the planning board for several years. I just haven't acted on it. Probably have to work a lot more on it. And practically most of the mechanics in dating sim, it has been done. Most of them has been done, but just not executed well. For example, I talked about Noelle earlier, right? You know, making conversations with a girl, and like Meguri Aishite had repercussions for double timing romantic interest, but Tsugumi was just horrendous. She wasn't really programmed that well. And there's this the after love romance after the confession thing. If the game doesn't end with a love confession, it continues on after that. Aitakute did that. And there's this BL game called Birdie and Cafe Lindbergh, and you get to play as like all the characters in that game, and you make your own pairing. That has been done, and so it's a matter of executing it well, I think. So what I designed, dating sim I designed, I really don't want to go into details because it's going to be really long. First of all, no blood type or birthday compatibility. Yeah, I don't like those things. And it was a game basically with a lot of Tokimeki Memorial 1 callbacks with tropes I liked in the games. For example, Tokimeki Memorial 3 had hobbies, right? That was really neat. And the AI, the AI between the heroines, I wanted to be in more detail than Tokimeki Memorial 2 and well balanced, but it will be a very complex game, and I don't know if someone will be able to pull that off, and I have to write a whole document on it, an organized document on it. So I do have all the character designs and the characters, and actually there were a lot of guy characters too. I think it was more of it had some elements of Neketseishu Nikki in it, so there you could actually see romantic endings with the guys as well. And yeah, it's a huge game. It was a huge game, but I do want to make it someday. And there were other like simple otome games I want to play and made characters with. Yeah, the whole matter is like making it right, which is the hardest part. Okay, on to the next question. Oh yeah, similar. How would you design a main heroine for a dating sim? Yeah, for the main heroine of the dating sim I talked about. Oh, I did perfect again. Nice. The main heroine was actually an homage to Shiori, but more in a meta sense. She's inspired by Shiori, but she was actually a sociopath, a functional sociopath, and she had this like extreme personality. Extreme personality? So she could be in either a major sadist or a major masochist. It kind of goes around. And even her body type was to the extreme, in the most primitive way possible. The primitive beauty, you know, those Venus statues with like the huge boobs and the huge ass. The Venus of something. The I think it was the German cave Venus, the primitive Venus statue I'm talking about. So at that time, my drawing skills weren't really up to snuff to draw that type of body type. So I did actually, to draw her, practice a lot to drawing many body types. I have two or three notebooks full of naked bald people with different body types. Yeah. That's the time when I actually practiced drawing. Stress is 12. Should sleep. And on to the next question. Ooh, let's see. This is by Patty Blair 8727, who always has nice things to say about like my videos. Thank you. So the one with the girl in a flower pot, what game is that? It's a Korean game called Tomak, Save the Earth, a love story. And Tomak means pieces in Korea, so they're talking about her head, part of her head. So the head is actually a head of a goddess of love, and the whole gods were having a conversation. It starts with having a conversation that the humans at this time period don't know anything about love, and they just want to just end the world because there's no love in it for some or whatever. They were talking stuff like that, but the goddess of love convinced the leader that if like there was a single human in the world who could love a head in a pot, then it means that love exists. Yeah, it's kind of absurd, but that's the plot. So the main character, he picks up the goddess head on the streets, and he takes care of it. And there are other romantic characters he could date. But the bizarre thing about the game is not the head. The bizarre thing is that it's a Korean-made game, and everything besides the head is more weirder than the head. Yeah, no spoilers, but I will try to talk about it in detail. But it was pretty popular in Japan. Let's see the stats. Art? No. And what was I talking about? And it was pretty popular in Japan. And one of the goddesses, the antagonists. Oh, another perfect. She would be really liking that. The goddess of jealousy, like Hera. Not Hera, yeah, something like Hera, but her voice actor was Shiori, Kinketsu Mami. And Kinketsu Mami actually did a lot of like villain parts. I don't know if it was the Shiori influence or something, but she did like Miss Merry Christmas in One Piece, and did Daki in Warriors Orochi. So she does have a lot of some villainous roles, and she is a way better actor than she was like when she played Shiori. So yeah. Next is a wall of questions by King Dong Ho 571. Do you also read visual novels that aren't dating sims, and if so, what are your favorites? I did read a lot of visual novels when visual novels were popular, even the romantic ones. More like I played sound novels, should I say, because I liked Chunsoft games, and I really liked Machi because it has supernatural elements, but it was kind of another different stuff from what they used to make, Kamai Tachi no Yoru and Otogiri-so, right? It was based on a modern Japan with real actors, and they had the zapping system, and the characters were really they were really interesting. And the zapping system, it was pretty cool. I didn't like Shibuya that much. It has a similar, I think it shares the same world, I think, but Shibuya felt, ironically, the writers were older, but it felt more juvenile, should I say. Let's work out. Compared to Machi. Machi had a Chuni character, that mercenary character. He was kind of close to a Chuni. But I didn't find it, that I didn't feel like a teenager while playing it. I should say that. And Chunsoft, after Shibuya, they released Danganronpa, Zero Time Dilemma. But for me, the best Chunsoft game sound novel I played was Machi. I don't know if it was because I learned more Japanese or got better at Japanese, or because I grew older, but they weren't bad. They weren't just not my type, should I say. Okay, next. How did you get into dating sims in a sense? How did your consumption of them change as you grew older, if at all? I explained this in my Tokimemo video. I was alive at the time when Tokimemo 1 was made a huge hit. I think it's exam time, right? Yep. I'm gonna do so bad. This isn't going well. So Tokimeki Memorial 1 was pretty huge, very huge. So I wanted to play it. Basically, that's how I got into dating sims. And if any of my conception changed, well, better than usual, I guess. Well, my consumption, not as I grew older, but it really depended on my environment. Because in the early 2000s, I immigrated to Canada. So obviously, I couldn't get more Japanese games as I used to when I lived in Korea. And I did buy games I really wanted to play off eBay, or if they sold anything, if they actually sold stuff overseas, I bought them. But the most accessible ones were North American games. So I naturally shifted more into playing CRPGs and immersive sims that I talked about. And a lot of my acquaintances and friends in school, they played those kind of games, so they would burn the CDs. I know pirating, and we exchanged games that way. So yeah, that's my consumption changed because I had to move to another country, basically. The stress, Chad is sort of a weakling compared to Stacy, the girl side protagonist, because Stacy doesn't have a health stat. She only has stress, so she could go up to 80, and if she watches the horoscope, then she'll probably pretty much be able to pull off any commands, almost 100%. But Chad, he has health, so you do have to watch his health meter. And on to King Dongho's next question. If you grew up playing dating sims, did you ever have any awkward moments with friends or family in regards of their content? Not really, because if they're not into the hobby, I don't talk about that, in front of people who aren't into it, obviously, because that's gonna be awkward, right? What are some of your favorite tropes in dating sims, if you have any story-wise, or for example character archetypes you enjoy. If there's a character, yeah, it's summer vacation. If there's a character that's older than the other romanceable characters and they have muscles and or beards, I tend to go towards that character, because most cases, not in all cases, they are the worst written characters, and you could kind of see the bottom of the writing like through that character. Oops. And after that character, you could like date the main romantic interest and see how the writing compares to that. So they're a real good test subject, should I say, to experiment on like the game's writing. And yeah, next. Do you do you read regular old books as well? And if so, what are your favorites? Literally I read I read old books because my parents, they really didn't buy us toys that much, because they thought it was just a waste of money, which is true. We do like end up throwing most of the toys away when we are young, right? So but they really they're like really generous on buying books. So if there was a book we wanted to read, they just bought it. So yeah, we just like always bought books. So I read all the classics, the children's classics, like Roald Dahl, right? And my mother made me read Don Quixote when I was in grade 5. So I did read all the classics like Victor Hugo, and all the classics, should I say. I talked about Jane Austen earlier too, right? My mom really loves Jane Austen. So I basically read all the other classics, and I really loved Shakespeare in high school. Kids hated it, but for some reason I know why they hated it. And it was kind of a meme, right? Not liking Shakespeare, but I really like Shakespeare. As for what are my favorites, I briefly in middle school had a sort of a crush on and Angela, was it? One of Marius's friends in Les Mis. Yeah. I don't know about a particular favorite book I have, but Victor Hugo's books I like Victor Hugo's books. And do you also play other types of video games? I talked about that. And was there any specific catalyst that resulted in you starting a YouTube channel, or did you simply get the urge to share your interest in dating sims one day? Well, my blog, I used to blog, right? It was a Korean blog, and it shut down. It shut down last year. But before that, the blog system was dying, right? And I am still a bit late into the game, and I just wanted a place to, just talk about or write about stuff. I guess video games. So yeah, basically that's why I started YouTube. As for why dating sims is, it's because I like dating sims, obviously. But on YouTube, I did find quite a few videos reviewing old visual novels and eroge, PC88, PC98 eroges, and I am aware there is a decent sized community on that. Obviously, VNDB, that place has a ton of like titles, but I did not find a channel specializing in the dating sim genre itself, like Tokimeki Memorial. And I think it's because the dating sim genre itself was dying by the time the time visual novels started getting popular or known in the West, 2005-6 ish. yeah, they were already dying. So I think that's one of the reasons why. So he just wanted to have a channel that talks about stuff that people don't really know or care about. That's basically what I do. So yeah, moving on to the next question. Is there any dating sim you really want to read but haven't been able to for some reason? Not available in a language you know? Impossible to find? Most dating sims or visual novels I want to play are in Japanese, so I really don't think so. But over 10 years ago, I think, there was a Thai visual novel, a romance visual novel in Thai. Oh, phew. Good. I thought that Yuko was gonna show up in summer vacation, so I could do whatever I want for the time being. And so what was I talking about? Yeah, there was a Thai visual novel, and a visual novel from Southeast Asia is pretty rare, right? So I wanted to play that, but it was in Thai, so I don't know if there was an eventual English translation, but I couldn't play that. And let's see. Also some general topics, okay? Your favorite and least favorite dating sims. Favorite, I don't want to play favoritism, but I do like Tokimeki Memorial Girls Side 3 a lot, and Mitsumete Night. Both are Konami, right? No fun. And least favorite is you know what I always talking about, Booking Man. That game is sick. And let's see. What game has your favorite art? A lot. I like a lot of artists. For example, Yoshida Akihiko, the main illustrator for Final Fantasy Tactics. He draws really good lakes, as you know from Nier. And Suemi Jun, he drew a bunch of fantasy, let's save, covers for like CRPG games like Wizardry, and he did the character designs for what was it, Zil Al, another RPG by Koei, which I really like, and there are character endings for that game too. And I really love the art from Warrior series. Speaking of Koei, Legend of Troy, since it was like set in the Greek era and everybody was wearing skirts, and a lot of like the NPCs and their characters had beards, and it generally had really cool art. So I like the game and I love the art. And Sims that surprised you positively or negatively. Sims, yeah, Sims. When it first came out, it was really groundbreaking. I was blown out of my mind. You could make your own characters, build your own house, live life, and most of the time you end up getting robbed or killed. There were so many ways to kill a sim at the time, and people loved killing sims, still love killing sims, right? And yeah, Sims was I played all 4, and I like 3 the most. It was a really addicting game, and I especially loved building houses. I couldn't really build those really cool houses people do you could see on YouTube, but I just liked building my own house, should I say. And killing sims, obviously. Ones that you otherwise really liked but got ruined by one particular thing you just can't stand. Yeah, it connects to my Choshiroku rant on how the characters judge you on being a girl, being a woman. And there was this game called Izuna. It was a sci-fi otome otome dating sim, not adventure game, otome adventure game, and the protagonist is an high school student who took a test to an engineering school and she got in. So it's not like she doesn't know anything about mechanics, but all the male characters, including her older brother and the romanceable characters, all of them literally patronizes her, always calling her a. At that time, they didn't have the word shoshiroku, so it's onnanoko. So all of them called her an onnanoko, a girl, saying that you're a girl, so you don't know a lot about this and this mechanical robot stuff. You're a girl, so you should like these kind of clothes. You're a girl, and what was it? It was such a long time ago. It was so annoying, and I played that game because I loved the artwork. It was so cute, and I played it, and everybody was speaking like that. So yeah, I did beat that 100% the game, but it was a major turn off for me. Next is a question related to Nintendo DS. Two people, Gaticomewmew, and Starry Night Pinkle. My question is, did you play Princess Debut for Nintendo DS? No, I didn't. And I would love you to see yeah, I didn't play them. Maybe I'll cover them because it is an quote-unquote old game. Okay, are there any Nintendo DS dating sims that allow you to date girls? All the ones I know of, like Tokimemo Girl Side and Princess Debut, all have you date men. Actually, I do know one. And I haven't really played a lot of dating sims on the DS. Obviously, the Konami ones like Love Plus and Girl Side 1, 2, 3. What was I trying to do? And Prince of Tennis, Boys Over Flowers, and a Ruby Party one, Fab Style, and Dual Love. And there's a figure skating dating. It's a sports simulation, but it could double as a dating sim. You could date the other male skaters there. And the third series actually had a Korean character based on Yoona Kim. So yeah, you could play as her. Anyway, there is a DS game that lets you date a girl, and it's one of those really rare games that she actually is a major character. She's one of the protagonist's childhood friends, and she does have like mostly the same amount of what should I say? Same amount of importance as the other romanceable male characters. The game is called Hoshizora no Comic Garden. So Hoshizora no Comic Garden under the stars. And actually she is the most appealing character of all because the writing there is one of those writings where they find obsessive rapey male characters attractive, and the main heroine, the main guy, is especially like that. And yeah, the male characters are and yeah, your girlfriend is the best character. Yeah, personally, yeah, she is the best. So yeah, if you know Japanese and interested in those yuri elements in an otome game, yeah, you should check it out. It's not that bad. The artwork, it has its charm. It has a certain charm to it. So I like the artwork there. So next question is by Pico Blank 7123. What was the biggest culture shock you experienced between Canada and South Korea? And if all the Tokimemo girls fought in a coliseum, who would win? Culture shock, culture. Well, I lived in the West more than I lived in South Korea by this time. And I wasn't really shocked. I thought lots of things were different. For example, there were, and I got racist remarks. I always get racist remarks in Canada, right? But at the same time, I kind of realized how racist other Koreans were towards other peoples, especially Chinese people, and sometimes Indian people, and black people. Yeah, it's more like, it's because they are around. Korean people get more vocal about them, and you kind of, that's the like time when you realize how racist they are. That was, yeah, really sort of a revelation, should I say. Expected, but yeah, not in a very positive way, should I say. And the Colosseum, it depends. If it's a no-holds-barred match, I think either Yuina, because she has a killer robot, right? But I think Lei will beat Yuina because she has a whole army, so she could just bomb them from the satellite beam. And with bare hands, I think it'll be either Homura or Akane. And Akane isn't really shown. She's not in the fights because, if you know who she is, she can't be in the battles. But she is shown to be pretty strong. So if she, like her and Homura, if it's between the two and they survive, maybe Akane might win because she's the underdog, the more poor one, and the Homura is the rich one, right? But there is a dark horse, Miyuki. If Miyuki does happen to survive till the end or right at the beginning, and she has that, that rotten luck, right? But she's lucky at the same time. So maybe a meteor shower will fall. It'll kill everyone except her. There's a possibility that Miyuki will be the last survivor. Yeah, if that happens. So she's the ultimate dark horse. And if it was just a bonus between all the guys and girls, the romanceable guys and girls, because if it's like if you add Chad to the mix, Chad too will obviously win the whole tournament, or maybe Miyuki. But if it's between the romanceable male and female characters, it will be Ruka. He'll kill all the girls, and Koichi, he'll kill all the guys. And in the very end, Ruka will stab Koichi in the back, and he'll win. Yeah. I have to play the game. What am I doing? To read the magazine? There are no biorhythms in this port as far as I know. Okay, let's see. What was I trying to do? Logic? I want to raise my spirit to 30, 35, 36 because I want Saki to appear. Let's do some more. Okay, moving on to the next question. It's by PokemonRangerMisty, one of my patrons, I think. Thank you very much for your support. Who was the most obtuse or difficult character for you to romance in your years of playing dating sims? How could you be so obtuse? Shawshank Redemption. And now you're being a cute. In Family Guy. I like the old Family Guy. Let's put it at that. The most difficult character was actually, what was his? I forgot his name. The president character in Tokimeki Memorial One Girl Side, the one with the mustache and the glasses. Yeah, he was pretty gross. I'm sorry if you're a fan of that character, but from what I could gather by playing Tokimeki Memorial Girls Side 1 is that he built an entire school to walk around and give out roses to high school girls he finds attractive. Yeah, that was my read, and I was really appalled by him. Maybe it was the Hitler mustache, I really don't know, but he had like the other all the characters in Girls Side 1, he had a famous voice actor. But personally, I think he's a failed character. Yeah, harsh words, I know. And I really wanted to like him and I made him like pronounce funny names via EVS, like Ding Dong, like Ochin Chin, which means Ding Dong basically. And yeah, even that didn't help. Yeah, I really didn't like him. And similar, it's like Wakauji from Girls Side 2 is similar. I know my friend will kill me because she loves the voice actor Morikawa Toshiyuki, and she loves the character as a result. Weird, but voice actor fan, I guess. And that guy gives out, at the first day of school, he gives out, what was I trying to do? He gives out questionnaires, you know? I'll do some sciencing. Oh yeah, he gives out questionnaires asking, and the questionnaire is asking what type of person, like that person they like, right? What you like, and that's weird. And if like he fits the character type, if the main character fits the character type like as him, you know, there's the accidental kiss event, right, in Tokimeki Memorial Girls Side 2, and Wakaoji is the one who gives out the questionnaires, which means he read them and he intentionally made it look like an accident, right, to kiss her. That's what it seems to be like to me, and it's pretty creepy, very creepy. But he's voiced by a famous voice actor and he's a genius, so he was a very popular character. I know that. Should I peek or not? Well, for the sake of gameplay. Right. Yeah! Bingo. It wasn't terrible. What are you talking about? Okay, next question. Am I stressed? No. Next question is by FlamingoSugar. Sounds tasty. What's your favorite comfort food? My favorite comfort food is curry. Not the Indian curry, but specifically a Korean curry made by the company Ottugi. And I like their spicy flavor of curry rice. And it's kind of different from the SMB curry series in Japan. It is a Japanese style curry, but it has this distinct Ottugi flavor to it and the spicy flavor. And that's my comfort food because I used to eat that one of my favorite meals for lunch when I lived in South Korea. They most of them are terrible, but they gave out curries quite often, right? And I think it was the Ottugi curries, and I like that quite a lot. And second, what are some of your favorite video game soundtracks? I listened to a lot of video game soundtracks, but when I was in school, there were some albums I listened to numerous times because I didn't really care about changing the playlist. And those were... Should I do some art? Or I want to keep my looks under 70. I want to get kicked out from the Christmas party, so it has to be under 70. and maybe sleep and save. Anyway, the game albums I listened to were Playscape Torment. I love music. I like the game and I love the music, and I said I like Deus Ex, so I listened to a lot of Deus Ex and Chrono Trigger, music from Chrono Trigger, and Katamari Damacy. They had really cool songs, and yeah, that was the stuff I listened to when I was studying for school and exams. And individually, I also listened to Heroes of Might and Magic 5, the album. Might and Magic generally has a really good soundtrack, and I like the music, the opening, the character making music in Might and Magic 6, not Heroes, but just Might and Magic 6, because the music itself, it was really epic sounding. It had a really, what do you say in those? A drop? Should I say drop? A really cool drop? That's what you call it? Anyway, the music was really cool, but if you know what Might and Magic 6 looks like, the character portraits, they used real actors or maybe the staff from Old World Computing, the developer. New World Computing was it? And yeah, they look pretty goofy, but the music is cool, and I like the contrast, basically. And lots of music I like. Let's just see. Prey. I said I like Prey, and there's a song in Prey, the beginning where the protagonist rides on a helicopter, and you see all the skyline with the staff and this really cool, generally really cool screen, and that music. Prey, it did a really good job as an immersive sim with the music as well. So yeah, I like Prey basically. And there's so much I want to talk about, but I'll be probably spending too much time on that. I don't want to spend too much time on one question. Okay. Favorite girl in the whole of the Tokimemo series and favorite boy in the Tokimemo girl side. Favorite girl would be probably Homura. And I haven't played girl side 4, but from girl side it's a close contest between Koichi and Nina. Both from girl side 3, yeah. Next question is by AiLoveMusic. Out of all the games you've covered on Breaking Up, which would you say is the hardest but fairest as far as the management and gameplay goes? Mitsumete Night, when you first play it, it could be a bit confusing, but eventually you get used to it, and you could go all the way up to level 60 to become the Holy Knight, right? And win the wars. So it is fair, and Ayakashi Ninden Kuno Ichiban is redundant. You have to compare your stats to your peers for the top class ending. But you could do it. It's doable. It's not like Rose Knight. So it's fair in a way, right? And for Campus Love Story, even Campus Love Story, you could say that some stats are useless, but you could still play it. It's playable. For the Tokimemo series, who are your favorite love interests? I just answered that, so let's go on to the next question. It's fall, I should save, right? This is from Jamli, one of my Patreons as well. Thank you very much for the support. Thanks a lot. What sorts of games do you enjoy outside of dating sim adventure game visual novel zone, if any? Yeah, I answered that, but I also like to add I love point and click adventure games. My first point and click adventure game was Loom. Yeah, pretty late I guess in the 90s. So Loom, and I absolutely adored playing Loom. It was so good. And even the music, I didn't have a speaker back then. It came from the PC, and Loom, if you know what Loom is, let's see. The soundtrack is from Swan Lake. Yeah, I have to give Shiori a present. Swan Lake, and it's like I didn't have a speaker, so it was all those like the speaker sound, the mainboard sound, the boop 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 sound, and it's still, I really liked it. It's like that sound is really, right now if I listen to it on YouTube my ears bleed, but it has a nostalgic value to it, should I say. Anyway, I love also the point and click adventure games. And any specific recommendations of media in general? Games, movies, books? Yeah, I have lots of recommendations. The Fallout drama is now quite popular, right? Shiori loves classic music. And so from all the Fallouts, I haven't played Fallout Tactics, but from the main series, my favorite Fallout is probably, obviously, it's an obvious answer, New Vegas. And New Vegas is, for the modern game player, I think it's the easiest game you could get into. I also like Fallout 2, but if you're not used to retro games, I think it will be a bit difficult to play. So Fallout New Vegas is my favorite Fallout, and honestly, I really don't like the Bethesda Fallouts that much. Sorry. And it went perfectly. For, let's see, movies, if a TV series counts, I should recommend something Korean. Not a K-drama. I really don't watch K-dramas. Well, it is a drama. It's called Nokdu Flower, and I think it's on Netflix. I don't know if it's in the American Netflix, but Nokdu Flower. And it is, if I watch K-dramas, it's mostly historical flicks, and this one is a historical flick, and it's on the Donghak Peasant Revolution. And my sister, and yeah, I like it too, and my sister loves it. So if you could find Nokdu Flower on Netflix, watch that. And for books, well, I said I like reading comics, so I'll recommend a comic book, Korean. Drawn and Quarterly generally releases really good comics. Like all the Kekiga mangakas, they release the titles by Yoshihiro Tatsumi and Shirato Sanpei. And they also released some indie artists, Korean artists, Korean manhwagas, cartoon artists, and the one I recommend by Drawn and Quarterly is Moms. The title is Moms, and Artist by Ma Yongshin Ma. And it's not by Drawn and Quarterly. You could read it. It's a webtoon, a Korean webtoon. I recommend is you could read it on Tappytoon. There are two translations, but the Tappytoon translation is better. It's based on an old Korean tale. It's a GL, a Yuri webtoon called Her Tale of Simcheong by Seri and P1. And it's from the people who read it, it's a fairly famous girls' love title. So if you haven't read it, you could read it online on Tappytoon. And for manga, right now, Delicious in Dungeon is playing on Netflix, and I wrote how much I love the manga on Twitter. So yeah, read and watch Delicious in Dungeon. And it's more fun, I think, if you played Wizardry 6. But Wizardry 6 is a tough game to play if you're not into retro games, so I don't recommend it, but it's really fun. And I imagine, no, it didn't end like that, but at the end of Wizardry, you go out into space. It's at the 90s there was this whole fad of fantasy games going out into having a sci-fi background suddenly at the end. Might&Magic had sci-fi stuff too, and Wizardry, you go out into space. So I imagine the alternate ending to Delicious in Dungeon going and Laios and his friends going all the way out to space in a mysterious spaceship, and his now in space with the Klingons, tasting all the Klingon food. Yeah, just my silly little imagination, but yeah, kind of sounds fun, doesn't it? And of the especially nasty protagonists we've seen, who do you think would win in a contest of unpleasantness and why? And who is the best love interest who can do no wrong? From the stuff I reviewed in my channel, it would be Namil. I think there is no contest because Namil is actually someone that could exist in real life. I actually knew some guys that really acted like Namir, and he's just too close to reality, and that's why I consider him the worst, because those people like that could exist. Let's see. I'm surprised that Saki isn't showing up yet. My spirit. Well, perfect. And who is the best love interest who could do me no wrong? Garrus Vakarian from Mass Effect. Does that count? I wasn't really joking. I was about 70% joking when I said Mass Effect is the greatest dating sim of the 21st century. Mass Effect, it's fun, and writing wise, it's okay, but I think they did a really good job at writing some of the characters in general, not the non-romanceable ones. And I consider that the biggest selling point at that BioWare games at that time. But they went on to Mass Effect Andromeda, and people were dunking on the graphics and the expressions and the "my face is tired" meme. But for me, none of the characters were that attractive, appealing. Even the pink guy, the crab puppy cat guy, that was pretty popular when he first came out. He was really not that good. The game itself wasn't that good, and I'm not really looking forward to Dragon Age 4 that much either. It said the ex-staff for Dragon Age is working on it, but still, I didn't like Dragon Age Inquisition that much either, so I'm not expecting too much, but it will be nice if it's okay, at least. And next question by Yearwen6816. How common are otome villainesses? It's a popular trope, but otome villainesses do not exist. That's what I have to say. At least it did not exist before the otome villainess that anime thing became popular. probably if there is an otome game after, like at this point, there will be an otome villainess. But otome gamers in general didn't like rival characters. And the whole otome villainess trope came from another novel. There was another novel, you probably know about it, in Naro, a fairly popular novel called what was it? Kensho Kenjitsu o moto ni ikite orimasu. It's called it's translated, I am trying to live my life as humble and steady as possible, and it's about the main protagonist going into like in a otome villainess's body, but not a otome villain, but a villainess in shoujo manga. And classic shoujo manga had those villainesses. For example, there was Eliza in Candy Candy, the hairstyle. And there were lots of those mean villainesses in shoujo manga, and the Kensho Kenjitsu was based on those characters and the shoujo manga. But it was popular, but the novel, it never was finished, and there was no books or anime adaptations because I think the writer had her own life, something she had to get busy with, something maybe she had a job, maybe she had a family, but it didn't end. She just vanished, I guess. And when that was popular, the otome villainess is the novel. It's almost really identical to the Kensho Kenjitsu, but they changed the shoujo manga into an otome game. Probably, maybe, well, the writer didn't know a lot about otome games or didn't want to look too similar, so they changed it into an otome game. Who knows? And that became popular. And yeah, I said this minutes ago, but otome gamers do not like rivals. Even like girls' side girlfriends, they were friends, but they were rivals. Players didn't like that, so they got rid of them in the third one, right? And let's see. And another Konami dating sim, Meine Liebe, that had girlfriends, but those girlfriends were more annoying than girls' side. I think I could work on logic. They were more annoying than girls' side because they had bombs. Yeah. Oh, another perfect wig. Nice. So basically, yeah, otome villainesses did not exist, and they're not common at all. Next question: how do you feel about otome isekais in general, for that matter? The same I feel about isekais in general, I guess, which is no comment. But I do like Dunbine. It's an old isekai anime made by Tomino Yoshiyuki, and it's one of the best isekai, or it's a really good animation overall. I really like Dunbine. And the game adaptation is, for a fan, it's, yeah, pretty good. And two, how many languages do you know? 3, I said that. Have you learned any of them for the primary or one of the primary purpose of understanding games? To tell you the truth, I never sat down with a Japanese textbook and studied Japanese. I just played the games and compared that to the reviews and the walkthroughs I read. Yeah, I read in the gaming magazines, and that's how I learned Japanese. And after doing that for such a long time, you just get to know it. And for the kanjis, I already knew how to read kanjis because my parents made us learn the basic 1,000 letters, Chinese letters. And the newspapers in the early 90s, even up to early 90s, I think they had those Chinese letters mixed into the Hangul. So it was better that I knew. But it was surprising that some kids at my age didn't know how to read Chinese letters at all. So it really depends on your parents or what your educational background, I guess. But I knew how to read kanji or Hanji. And do you know any Japanese or Korean creators that do similar retrospectives reviews on older games in video game format? I'll put it up on the screen, better than explaining. But one of the more well-known Korean game retrospective person is Guldanjigom, and he knows a lot about those old arcade games that was released in Korea at that time, and he does have very vivid memories of playing them and how the whole atmosphere around it. He's a bit like, I think, in my upper generation, so he knows way more about those aspects in like the gaming aspects in Korea more than I do. And there's a Japanese channel, Retro Game Daisuki na Zundamon. They use the Zundamon character to make retrospective videos on famous video game series, and they made retrospective videos on Tokimemo and Sakura Wars. And there is another small channel I like called Bidano. I think it was Retro Games Bidano, and it covers a lot of retro machines, and sometimes give like samples, 4 or 5 minute samples of the video games that's like in the machine. And yeah, that it's a very interesting channel, watch for me, at least. And but none of them have English subtitles, just saying. Yuri as a genre is more ambiguous, but is there an equivalent for it in games, as in games specifically targeted towards a gay, female, lesbian demographic? Additionally, I know you talked about Yuri genre in one video, but are there any games you want to cover? As far as I understand, some lesbian people do enjoy Yuri games that are made by eroge companies, right? The Kindred Spirits on the Roof by Liarsoft, I understand that game was pretty popular amongst Yuri fans, and Christine Love, she made Analog a hate story, and after Analog she made this game Lady Killer in a Bind, and that was a lesbian game made by a lesbian, and it did have a controversy I wouldn't really want to say in this particular video, because yeah, it's long and it is controversial in a way, but you could easily look it up. Logic. And any other games, Yuri games I want to cover? Obviously, I have to cover Little Witch Parufe, made by Kogado, and they are actually still making Yuri games, and some of them are on Steam, so you could look it up, and they do have English translations, so you could play them. So look it up if you're interested. Parufe is, it's similar to maybe Princess Maker. They marketed the game towards kids, and they had like little girls kissing each other. Yeah, and it did confuse a lot of little girls. And next question. there are a few otome games that have one female romance route. How are those generally received, and how do you feel about them if you played any? There are several otome games I know about that has Yuri roots, and for me personally, it's different, right? When I played all those erogen romance games back in the days, if there was a romanceable male character in an eroge and a romanceable female character in like otome games, I generally found them interesting. So I liked it because it's different, right? Like dating sims were different, and dating sims that generally you were able to date female characters and having one of the male characters in a mix, that's interesting, right? So for me, I saw absolutely no problem with it. But there is a Yuri game. It's not a Yuri. There was an otome game in South Korea that was released rather recently, and they're having a Steam release this year, I think. Let me look at the stats first. Weird that Saki isn't showing up. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, there is an otome game in South Korea that has an optional female romanceable female like Yuri route, and fans weren't a fan of it. It sounds weird, but yeah, there was this discussion of not wanting to have a lesbian route in an otome game. It's like, I'm here to romance guys, why should there be a girl? And that was the first time I kind of realized that there was this whole thing surrounding romanceable characters, same-sex characters that are not in a same-sex game. And maybe it's a generation gap, who knows? But for me, I didn't have that much of a choice in video games back then. There weren't that much otome games to begin with, so if there was a different option, this is awesome. But in these days, I guess, like, since there are way more choices than we had back then, the fans, they kind of think differently. But I know of older people who don't like Yuri roots in otome games, so maybe it's just me. And there are quite a few games with Yuri stuff in an otome game, like Fantastic Fortune 1 and 2. 2 is more lesbianish, and some Korean mobile games these days have Yuri roots. Mystic Messenger was pretty popular, and that one had a female character ending of root. And stuff like, I talked about Comic Garden earlier in the DS questionnaire, right? So yeah, there was the Comic Garden, and this is on Steam at a game called I always forget the title. Parlay du Rain. That game has a ton of romanceable characters, and one of the romanceable not one, but there are women and there are older men to romance. And the sci-fi games, the classic sci-fi games, otome games, like Elan had lesbian and gay-ish endings. Miharu. And Princess Maker 4, it's not an otome game, but the ending, even the ending states that, yeah, she and her quote-unquote friend, they are like in a relationship. That's basically what the game states. Yeah, so that's and Life is Strange. You played Life is Strange. Life is Strange is like Yuri or lesbian, right? And yeah, there are quite a few. Oh, and there's this game. It has really pretty graphics called Tsubasa no Oka no Hime. And one of the characters, it's a rated R, but half the characters they're unsexable for reasons. But there's this character, a little girl, Aurora, and she has an ending route, but she's unsexable because, she's a little girl. But but there are various reasons why, I guess. And the other romanceable character is an old man, and he can't have sex because he's an old man. But the game itself has really pretty graphics, so at the time when it came out, it was pretty popular. Oh, I'm talking a lot in here, man. Okay. Oh, the Berubara game, as far as I know, I haven't played it. It's on Switch, right? The Shiritsu Berubara Gakuen. I understand that the one with the Oscar, Lady Oscar, is not a romantic ending. It's more of a friendship ending. And is there any game that you had requested that you have no interest in covering, or any scrap video ideas you want to share? I haven't got a lot of requests, so I'm not really sure on that. Any scrapped videos is basically stuff I found too redundant to cover in the video. For example, when I was talking about Yoon Dong-gon in Campus Love Story, and how he's related to the 90s Undonggon movement, and I actually had experience in that. I mean, I didn't participate, I was too young, but our school was next to a college, and they did those things. And yeah, in some cases, children, they just had to go home there was like tear gas on the streets, and yeah, that was pretty, not that pleasant, should I say. Yeah. Oh no, I didn't do that well. Oh well. Do you read any original English visual novels? If you do you have any favorites? And the question by Palm Rocks 1 had a similar question. Are there any Western VNs or ADV games that seem interesting to you? When I think back in 2005 to 2006, I hung out in the Renpai forums. The Renpai forums, if you were interested in visual novels back in the day, probably everybody knew about it. So I hung out a lot in the Renpai forums, and I played a lot of amateur games made by, visual novel fans. So, and some of them were pretty popular, right? Not right. Who am I asking? And right about that, around that time, I think Katawa Shoujo was released on 4chan. I'm not sure it was made with Renpai, but it was a fairly popular visual novel. And if you know about the game, the romanceable girls were based on a sketch by famous Japanese doujin and illustrator Raita, and at the back of his doujin he drew a bunch of sketches of disabled girls, and the characters in Katawa Shoujo were based on them. And I found it interesting that Raita himself, he obviously drew those girls as a fetish. But if you actually play the game Katawa Shoujo, the writers, the developers, tried really hard to not make the girls like not make it look too exploitative, and trying their best not to patronize the girls based on their disabilities. So yeah, there was that Katawa Shoujo. I think you could still play it. And around that time, there was this game called by a Canadian developer that was made with Renpai. I forgot the title, but the heroines' names I remember was Claire and Rena. And there was this school, and there was this club that was exactly like the Flower 4 club in Boys Over Flowers. I remember that. I just remember it because the illustrator was a fairly popular illustrator, Canadian illustrator, I think Chinese Canadian illustrator on DeviantArt. So I remember that back in 2005, 2006. And for the fairly recent ones, let's see. I mentioned Analog, a hate story, right? And I should stop saying right. And there was it? Can you call that a visual novel? There was a mobile game called Long Story for tweens and teenagers, and it was one of those inclusive, politically correct games for all genders. Excuse me. Or something. And Monster Prom. I played Monster Prom because the art was really cute. The writing was too snarky for me personally, but I really liked the artwork. It kind of reminded me of Skullgirls. And Valhalla. I played Valhalla because the graphics were really cute. Yeah, it had cute graphics and good music. I really like the sprite art. And that's Yuri. Yeah, that's Yuri. And obviously, the obvious one is like, have you played DDLC? And no, I'm really not interested in playing it, to be honest. I know what it's about, and basically it's like a Western version of Totono, right? By Nitro Plus. You manipulate the saves, and it has gross stuff in it. So if you play Totono, then I really am not interested in like playing the Western version of Totono, should I say. So yeah. And what else? I haven't played those joke games like I Love Colonel Sanders. I haven't played that. I'm not really interested in playing it. My sister actually plays a lot more visual novel, Western visual novels, more based on like history. It's mostly kind of like more close to otome than anything. And she did translate Symbiont in Korean. Yeah, just saying. She, yeah, that's about it about the stuff I have to say about Western visual novels. I should like logic art. The drama club, it's really good in general, so it doesn't you don't really lose anything by like doing the drama club. And Shiori again? She'll say no anyway. Oh, look at her bored face. Bye. Next is a question by iyxon. Sorry. Okay, do you have any good gay work recommendations and ideas on how to access them? Recommendations for comics. Takame Kengoro is pretty much up there. He's a top tier manga creator in my eyes, and his works does have some underage character stuff in it. And actually, in the English translation, they added in an extra line saying, "Oh, he barely graduated high school." But in the original one, he's supposed to be in high school, I think. But in the Passion of Gengoro Tagame, I remember there is an extra line stating that this character is over 18. And his works I mostly read in Japanese, and most of them are translated in French. They are localized in Europe, but not in the States that much, because I think of the age. And I like House of Brutes. House of Brutes for his porn stuff, and his non-porn stuff are all translated in English. So if you haven't read My Brother's Husband and Our Colors, you could check it out. Our Colors, the ending for Our Colors, some people found it creepy. Yeah, just a warning. And those gay works in general, I think it mostly almost comes down to the art. Mostly comes down to the art. So I talked about Massive, the gay anthology book, the comic anthology book, right? I should stop saying right. So if you have a chance to check it out, maybe it's in the library, and I think there is an archive site on that. So if you read the comic and check out the artist's name, if you like a particular art style, you could check them out. And most of the artists there are fairly popular gay manga artists, so you could start from there. That's a good starting point. And I did play a lot of gay games when at this brief time frame where it did come out, like games from Lycanthropy Trophy, yeah, and UGC, and what else? Yeah, mostly those games. And what I could say is that if you like the art, then play it. If you don't, then yeah, not really. And these days, I only played their mobile games, and I only played Tokyo After School Summoner from Life Wonders, and that was kind of like a pay-to-play game, so I kind of gave up after a few months. But Life Wonders is releasing a lot of games that are targeted towards a gay audience, so if you're interested in Life Wonders games, you could check that out. And for Fujoshis, New Carnival is pretty popular amongst Fujoshis, and from my understanding, some gay people do play that. It is rated R, by the way. There are quite a few mobile games, if you play on Android especially, targeted towards the gay audience. There will be people who know a lot better on that. Okay. Looks has to be under 70 because I don't want to go to the Christmas party, but okay. Next question is by Derek Mayfield. What is your favorite character archetype when playing dating sims? e.g. the flirt, the tsundere, or the cinnamon roll. Generally, I'll give you an example. If anyone watched or read The Hunger Games, Katniss has two selectable romanceable characters, right? Pita and Gale. And I'm more of a Team Pita than a Team Gale. Gale is more good looking and he's more edgy, but I find Pita more stable. So that's why one of the reasons I prefer him over Gale. And Gale, he loves bombs, right? He's a bomb maniac. So when it comes down to characteristics, I like the more like stable and honest and more hardworking types of characters. Not too into geniuses, those genius characters that, just do anything and they're so perfect at everything. Not really a fan of that. That's for sure. Although it's not the case every time, probably there are exceptions. If it's a really good character and they're geniuses, probably would like them. And for the aesthetics, well, I don't like skinny bishonen, but since most of the BL and otome stuff only have skinny people, then ultimately comes down to their personality, right? And for fantasy stuff, I really don't care about elves or vampires. Not too into elves or vampires in fantasy stuff. But come to think of it, I talked about Dragon Age, and in Dragon Age 2, I liked Fenris more than I admit I do, and Fenris is skinny and a super emo, right? Well, I liked him. He had a good voice. And Anders was a terrorist. That's that. Spoiler, sorry. And other elves. Are there any other elves I like? I'll save first. Oh, I liked Aloth in Pillars of Eternity, but I really don't. I thought Pillars of Eternity 2 didn't need any romance stuff in it. It was just because the Kickstarter goals they put it in, but I found it unnecessary. But Aloth was romanceable, and I liked Adir better than Aloth. They had the same voice actor. But Adir was not romanceable, so yeah. And aesthetic-wise, Reiki was a lot better looking than Aloth, I guess. Talking about fictional boys in fantasy games. Just like a dating sim player. Let's see. Well, I'm like, I haven't like spent even 1 year, and I'm like dawdling so much, not playing the video games, that I think I'm mostly done with the questions by now. I thought it would like take a lot longer, but since I was just dawdling and pausing, Yeah, I should do more gameplay stuff. Oh no. Oh, she looks so bored. At least she doesn't hate me. Okay, let's go to sleep. I need some sleep. So I really should focus on playing the game over answering questions. I thought it would initially take a lot longer, so that's why I was dawdling a lot, but I'm getting through the questions more faster than I thought. Let's see. Logic will Yuvina show up at 80-ish? Let's find out. Oh, Shiori is with me. No loading, too bad. And looks. Will Yuko show up in looks if I do the looks? Nope, probably nope. Okay, good. It just has to be under 70, so I have to get kicked out of the Christmas party. Okay, art. I'll do some art and read the magazine. And work on logic, I guess. Yeah. And do club activities. Yes, it went perfectly. Yeah, let's do it. It's winter, so I should read the magazine. And logic. And I think exam will be tomorrow or the next week. Let's see. Not next week. Okay. The drama club is so good. Look at all the stats like going up. And I did perfect. Sleep. We're having an exam probably. No, just the option, okay. You can't really ask Shiori to count the sheep in this version. No, there's an exam, yep. Yeah, 62 isn't bad. For first year, let's see, 102, 140. Yeah, looks are 60, so I'll definitely get kicked out of the Christmas party, which I am going for. And let's do some art. And club activities. No, no, no. Ugh. Save. Yeah, I'll like finish this up this year, then go back to answering the questions. Because, yeah, well, I dawdle too much, honestly. It's gonna be vacation starting tomorrow, so I might as well work on logic and some painting. And it's Christmas, but Sotoi, we are gonna meet Sotoi. I always see his first name and like last name in like the original game, so it's kind of weird that he has his first name in the English version, Yukinojo. I always call him Sotoi. Yep, I got kicked out. Will Megumi show up? Nah, no, I guess not. Yeah, where's your mom and dad, Chad? At least like he has like champagnes and cakes and a little Christmas tree, right? And even and the SFC version, the girls are not even wearing party dresses. So okay, I got over the first Christmas party, and the next Christmas party won't be a problem because Yumi and probably Megumi will show up next year. And why I avoided the first year Christmas party is that if you only have Shiori in in the roster, then 2 more girls will randomly show up in the Christmas party. And if it was Asaki and Megumi, that's ideal, but that's not the case. It's random, so anyone could show up. So I just wanted to take precautions. So I could now take care of my looks. Logic. Okay. And when does school start? Not next week, maybe next week. Oh, looks. And hopefully Shiori will say yes. Doesn't matter if she says no, but oh, he's a shrine with a girl. I only know Shiori. Guess I should try giving Shiori a call. It's me, Chad. Okay, she said yes, good. She's gonna wear her haregi. Oh, she still has a sad face. So, when you say it doesn't suit you at all, she actually grows really passive aggressive and she goes back home to change. After all this, and you say it doesn't suit you at all. And obviously, at the shrine, you have to wish for good grades. Because anything else, you could just take care of that really easily. Good grade. Kanaete shinzeyo. I hope get good results in the omikuji. This is random, so if you get a bad result, I think you get more stress. Doria. Oh, the so-so one just doesn't change any sets. Normal might be the just of result. Do you know, like normal, average, like you, Chad? She always gets great luck. I think all the girls get great luck in the first one. So my stats, it the art, logic, culture, it raised by 10, and as you can see, the culture, you need 130 on everything except spirit. Was it looks? Or looks was a bit low too, but you need 130 in the academic stuff, and culture has already been like 154. So I'm getting there. I think I could see a Shiori ending, though I was really dawdling. Okay, let's see. Stress 6. Play it safe. And school will be starting, I think. So anyway, it went perfectly good. Yeah, let's do it. Logic, art, a bit of art. Looks, maybe. Coming of age day. When you turn 20. Maybe a bit of logic. And go to club activities. I really have nothing to say. So yeah, I really couldn't do anything while I was answering the questions. Now I am actually playing the game right now. It's looking fine. It's looking good, I think. And probably Shiori will introduce Chad to Megumi on Valentine's Day. I think his stats are sufficient for Megumi. But let's see, I haven't really scored anything top in the sports festivals or the exams, so maybe not. We'll wait and see. And Ray will brag about all the chocolate she's getting. Have a look, I still only have that much, and there's a whole truckload of chocolates. How do they even get rid of all that? Do they just bury it in the ground? Like dead pigs? Dead farm animals? Yeah, you could just drop dead. Oh, she already did introduce me to Megumi. If she shows up late, the better, so I don't really care that much. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think it's you have to play it safe till Yumi and possibly Saki shows up. I'll do some spirit raising and play safe again. I know this is pretty repetitive, but I want less girls to show up as possible. And read the magazine, and I think I should start asking Shiori out on a date. Shiori. And hopefully she'll say yes to was it the Central Park? She has an event in the Central Park. Okay, sounds great. So I'll see you at Central Park on March. Fine, I'll see you then. Don't forget to come, okay? Yes. Do a save. Logic art. Play safe, play safe. Oh, it's exam. Good. Great, well. Great. Eh, 2444, okay. Not bad. And I have a date. Alright, I should wait for Shiori at the Central Park. And she's wearing her mom's pink suit. So yeah, they reminisce on their past, the Central Park event. And this is elaborated in the drama series, where they went out to the park and Chad fell in a lake. And yeah, Shiori couldn't do anything because she was a kid, right? Come on, she was a little kid. Yeah, well, whatever, right? And I think she had a good time. And she'll be returning to her yeah. Okay, that was a good date. Okay, is it safe to raise looks? Will Mira come out? Saki, right? Yeah, I was expecting Saki to. Yeah. But look at her. She's so cute. And Saki, I said my most favorite character was Yuko, but out of pure nostalgic, point of view, it's Saki, because when I first played the game, Saki was my favorite because I liked her hair color, and she makes her bento box looks really tasty in her event CGs, and she's one of the most easiest characters to date. And yeah, look at her. She's cute. She's super cute. And with the Super Famicom Tokimemo graphics, I said like the Super Famicom graphics are, personally I find it cuter than the original, right? So, and Yoshio, he always like comes up to tell Chad who she is. I have to look up her info, call her. Oh, it's White Day, but I haven't received anything on Valentine's Day, so eh. She has all the lists. I should give one to you, Ray. I should call Yoshio next week. I need some sleep. Okay. And after Yumi shows up, I could be more flexible on the schedule because the requirement stats for the girls will go up once there's more than 2 girls. Except, like, with the exception of Shiori. And, no, not the magazine. Call Yoshio. Oh, it's Yumi. Yeah, she sounded pretty cute, but she's pretty nasty. And this is the first time I'm calling Yoshio, so chat saying you said you'd help me out with the girls, right? You call him after a year, and stop repeating my sentence, Yoshio. Yeah, Shiori, yeah, make a happy face. Yep, I should ask for more information. Saki, I have to know her phone number. I have to date her eventually. Oh, this week went perfectly too. Oh, nice. So you do have to watch your stress a lot more than stress and health more than Tokimemo girl side. There's a lot more stats than one. My culture is 190. Wow. Yeah, we'll get Megumi and Yumi for sure. I'll just sleep this week. And will it be spring vacation next week? Not sure. Yeah, it is. Man, should have done something else. It's okay. Another perfect week. And Shiori will say the same thing, right? And Chad will say the same thing. Let's raise some spirit. And Yumi will be showing up. And so before that, yeah, I should do club activities. And there's Yumi, the bomber girl. You know the Bomberman, they had a collaboration with Tokimeki Memorial. And they had Shiori and what Ayako was in it too, or right? As a guest character as a bomber girl. But if you know the game, I think Yumi had been a better choice over Ayako. Just put Ayako because she's popular. But Yumi as a bomber, she's the most appropriate one. I should at least date her every two or 3 months, right? She seemed a little annoying. A little. So, two girls showed up, so I think I'm safe to do other stuff for a while. Looks, I should raise looks, and not if I do fitness, probably Nozomi will show up, so looks, I guess. Baseball. There's a sleep, save, and go look in the mirror. Oh, back. I don't want any more bombs. And I'll try to call up Shiori. Okay, Shiori, let's go to the the aquarium. There's dolphins. Okay, sounds great. And save. Yeah, good morning. I actually had to go to sleep after saving because this was way draining than I thought it would be. I just thought it would take about 3 hours to play the game and answer the questions. Turns out you had to think and play the game at the same time. Oh, think about how to play the game and think about what to answer. I have a date today at the aquarium, from what I remember from yesterday. Oh. Look at her expressionless face. Oh, it's 4:20. Oh yeah, I think speaking of culture differences in Canada and Korea, I didn't even know 420 was a thing for marijuana. Because, you know, obviously, I think in Korea, both in Korea and in Japan, it's a real major crime to possess or smoke marijuana, right? And as far as I know, some actors, celebrities in Japan, some of their careers were very impacted a lot due to possession of marijuana. While it's totally okay to, you know, watch some kiddie porn or beat up your wife or something. Anyway, yeah, I checked just in case, and it turns out the requirements for the girls go up after you know more than 2 girls, with the exception of Shiori and Yumi. So right now, I only have Saki, and I probably will have Megumi sometime. So I do have to do my Diligent Drama Club workout for a while. At the third year, no one shows up, so that's that. So yeah, I should get back to answering the rest of the questions. But before that, I totally forgot to give a shout out to our last questioner who asked, what kind of character archetype do you like in dating sims? Derek Mayfield is a very old-time Patreon in my Patreon site, and I forgot to totally thank Derek for what he's doing right now for the support. So thank you very much. I always appreciate any form of support. And next to the next question, LeftoverGalbitang. I actually love galbitang. Thing is, beef is expensive, so I don't really buy a lot of galbi. Maybe at the summer. So I don't have a question to ask, but in your Tokimemo 1 video, you said Yukiko from Tokimemo 3 is unintentionally the most hated heroine in the series. I've been waiting for 2.5 years for an explanation. Why? I just wanted to thank you for making these videos. Seeing the old games being talked about brings back some good memories of a simpler time. I'm a big fan of the channel, and I hope that the Tokimemo 3 video comes out someday. Soon. Thank you very much for the encouragement. And Tokimemo 3, I did make a comment on your comment, a reply on your comment. And it's not like Yukiko is a bad character. It's because of the overhauled bomb system. And actually, I did make recordings of my gameplay on Tokimemo 3 almost at the same time I made recordings for my Tokimemo 1 video. So I do have the recordings. It's over 2 years old. I do have to replay it for the review, and I do have a certain plan on how to make the Tokimemo 3 video. Yeah, it's just a matter of execution. That's what I always say. You could plan and think as much as you want, but the hard part is, taking that into action, right? So again, thank you for the compliment. And I will try to do my best. I'm a bit slow, but things come up in life. And the next question or a commentator is a Korean viewer who commented, the only person who kind of asked a question and commented. It's in Hangul, so to briefly translate, she talked about at the time Hotaru came out in 2000. It was someone made a mad movie. That's what you used to call those fan-made movies, similar to YouTube poop. We call them mad movies. In Japan, it came from Japan. We call them mad movies. And someone made a mad movie on Hotaru, and it was really funny, and it was very popular amongst the club members. Not sure what mad movie was. The only mad movie of Hotaru I know is called Hotaru Princess. It's on Nico Nico, and they put footages of Hotaru with a fairly popular song. The game itself wasn't that popular, but the theme song for it got really viral. It was an otokonoko game called Renaichu, and the theme song was very popular, so there were lots of mad movies made from that, and Hotaru was one of them. And yeah, it was well made. You could kind of see that the person who made it actually played the game, which I appreciate, I guess. And for the question, I'll say an answer in Korean. Maybe I'll put the subtitle or not. 육성 게임이나 미연 씨랑 관계없는 것도 가능한가요? 예를 들어 러시아의 우크라이나 침략을 멈추게 하는 법이라든지 빅뱅 5분 전에 우주는 어떤 상태였는지라던가. 뭐 진지하게 질문하시지 않은 건 아마 진지한 질문은 아니시겠지만 침략을 멈추게 하는 법은 뭐 한쪽이 져야 되겠죠? 뭐 한 명이 죽어도 뭐 그러면 금상첨화고 빅뱅 5분 전에 우주는 뭐 동생은 몰라요라는 대답이 가장 최악의 대답이라고는 했지만 그래도 하고 어떻게 대답하기도 뭐해서 그럼 모른다고 아냐면 몰라고 해라고 하니까 그거는 그 뭐냐 그 theory에 따라서 다르다고 지도 그렇게 둘러대면서 그러니까 뭐 결과적으로 모르겠습니다. 죄송합니다. And the next question is by Azu Paula 251. Hey Bapsago, thank you for making fire videos. Thank you. Do you plan to cover the Tsukisho series of visual novels? I would love to hear what you have to say. Yeah, Tsukisho, it's one of the games I have to do because they are pretty, they do have a very significant role in the BL game market scene overall. It was very, very popular, and it was like the first TV series, like BL TV series, to be aired, broadcasted, right? Was it in WoW or something? So yeah, it is pretty significant, but it's something I have to do, but I don't want to do because I'm pretty sure. Oh, Shiori is like asking from first, but her expression is still bored. And I do have to do it, but I'm pretty sure I'll fall asleep in the first 2 hours or so of playing it. Because generally, if the writing isn't like really enticing or it looks really interesting for visual novels, I do tend to get bored. I'm sorry, but yeah. So I know I will be pretty bored while playing it, and not sure if I could make a fair judgment, but I'll try my best. That Hotaru 1, when it first came out, I really wanted to play it because it was, known as the first rated R BL game, and it was fairly popular amongst the BL fans when it came out, and there were lots of pirated downloads going around, and I did get my hands on that. I was impressed and unimpressed at the same time because the art style, even at that time, wasn't really my style, but it had cute, art and sex in it. So that was, I guess, pretty impressive at that time. For BL, I mean. Sorry, I just paused because I realized I said Hotaru 1 instead of Tsukisho 1. So I am talking about Tsukisho 1. And I guess the artwork in Hotaru the graphics were cute, if you see it that way. But yeah, I was talking about Tsukisho 1. Yeah, just a correction. And after Tsukisho 1, like, for me, like, after like 3 years, the second one came out. So there was a huge gap between the first one and the second one. And by the time the second one came out, I pretty much was not really interested in Tsukisho. And I wasn't really impressed by the animation either. So, and I eventually did play the voiced version, the PlayStation 2, that came with the first and the second Sekisho, right? And yeah, it was so should I say, yeah. And the fourth one, the last one, I didn't play. I played the third one, and I really don't know how to start on Sekisho unless I play the entire series and maybe rewatch the anime. But yeah, it's a big hassle. Spirit, I guess. No. So I will do it someday. Yeah, that's my guarantee. Someday. Let's see. Should have to sleep. And the next question comes from Michaela Vanessian 8558. Of all the facts, tidbits, development info about games you've uncovered in your reviews, which do you consider to be the most fascinating? It's not a tidbit or anything, but right now from what comes in the top of my head is that if the Ruby Party's CEO Erikawa Keiko had not been the wife of the CEO, in a higher position, so she has had that influence and power to make a team called Ruby Party, a game for girls. And if she hadn't been the CEO, she wouldn't have been able to make CEO's wife. She wouldn't have been able to make Angelique, and she was related to the business. That's that, and there's that. And I was wondering how the otome genre, with all the marketing and the voice actors and drama CDs, would have turned out if she hadn't made Angelique a big thing. So, for example, North America, they had Barbie games, but it was mostly dress up. Barbie dressing up to go somewhere, and Barbie, throwing balls in a platform game. And even Mackenzie and Code, it was out in 1995, and it did involve dating, but as you can see from my review, the guys are really forgettable. And what they put focus on was buying the clothes, which was very inconvenient in a game mechanic view, but they put a lot of effort in the clothes. So North American girl games were mostly dress-up games. So kind of interesting, to imagine how the otome scene would have eventually developed into into a thing if Ruby Party haven't existed. And kind of related to the previous question, is there a game you wish you knew more about, like something whose development is a mystery, or just something you are having a hard time finding in general, or along those lines? There are games I want to know more about. For example, I don't speak Chinese or Mandarin or Cantonese, and I'm interested in knowing more about those retro Taiwanese games in the 90s. Some of them were translated, but probably it's only a handful, like how Korean games were translated to Taiwan. And most of the games that were translated were RPGs from an adaptation from Jin Young's Wuxia novels, or just real shit games like Prince Maker or the Star Idol game. But I would like to know more on those retro Taiwanese games and play it in their original language if I could. And another interesting thing is China hasn't, right now China is known for Tencent and Genshin Impact and all that. China hasn't really been involved in the gaming development, like not until like 2000, after 2000. And one of the games they made, it's on GOG. I don't know if it may be on Steam, but they made this game called Prince of Chin. It's Diablo was pretty popular back in there, so it's kind of like a Diablo, Diablo or like a Baldur's Gate clone. But it was a historical game, and it's about Fu Su, the eldest son of the Emperor Qin, the famous Emperor Qin. And originally, when Qin Shi Huang died, they didn't disclose the fact that the king died, and the chancellor and the others, they're plotting to take over, and they ordered. Told like Fusu, this is an order, like your father told you to kill yourself, because they wanted to put their own heir, the third son or the second son, was it the last son, on the throne so they could control him. And Fusu, he was like really loyal to his father, and yeah, he killed himself basically. But in Prince of Qin, he faces has some doubts about the supposed order, so he doesn't, and that's where his adventure begins. And the premise is interesting, but he naturally, it's kind of like a Qin propaganda thing. He does respect his father a lot, and he defends his father to the death, but it's not shown that Fusu is wrong. It's shown that he's really righteous, and he's a real loyal son, and a person who looks after his people, which isn't. But yeah, it was a janky game and real slow, so I had to put on my cheat engine to make the speed about 150% faster, and I was wondering how that game came to be basically, because it was a pretty weird game. I want to review it someday actually, because and what else? That's all. Oh, hard to get. There is a game on Saturn called Princess Quest, and it's like a fantasy or mystery thing, and the main character has to infiltrate this castle to look for a potential I think it was an assassin for a prince, but the castle doesn't allow guys in there, so it's a fantasy, so with the power of magic he turns into a girl. So as a girl he goes into the castle and date other potential people in the castle. And it was translated. It was for Saturn, but there was a PC adaptation, and it was translated in South Korea, so people who know. And I tried to get my hands on the Japanese version of it, and I really couldn't find it. But the only good thing about the game is the artwork. It was drawn by an eroge artist. What was his name? Yeah, but the artwork's pretty good. And I don't really mind if I don't get my hands on it, because I know what the game is. I know what it's about, and when it involves slapping a woman to her senses. So that's enough. And the third question. What's the weirdest game you played, whether because of the game itself or the facts surrounding it? Weird? Well, there are stuff that looks weird, like the obvious ones like Choaniki or Data East games. Like Trio the Punch. I like the little card knobs in Trio the Punch. They were really cute. And, oh, there was a game where you play as a mosquito, right? That's that, and there was that. What am I doing? Should I date Shiori? Yeah, sure. No, but, maybe Saki? June is baseball season, was it? I think. Odi. Speaking Korean. Let's see. Stadium. Let's go to stadium. Yay. I won't be late, but I might forget. And what weird games? What else? This is, I guess, not weird, but there was a game called Unearthed, and it was a ripoff Saudi Arabian game ripoff of Uncharted. They even sound similar, and it's basically a really short Uncharted. They said it's episode 1, but I don't think it got past episode 1. And it was a Saudi Arabian Uncharted ripoff, and people were saying, well, isn't this like Uncharted? And they said, yeah, we showed this at the gaming convention, and Amy Hennig, the director for Uncharted, the writer, gave us her blessings. So they said it's totally okay for looking like Uncharted ripoff. And Saudi Arabia is a rich country, but obviously they don't put that much money into developing games. And I played it, and yeah, it was not that good. But it was interesting, the background of it, right? Like a Saudi made game. Okay, let's see if I could win the 100-meter race this time. And there are some Indonesian games. There was a game made with a RPG maker called Warriors of Vilvatikta, and it was based on the Indonesian mythology, and the graphics didn't look that good. It was an RPG maker game, but you never know, before you play it. And they ripped off sprites from Donkey Kong, so they had that rhino from Donkey Kong Country in it, and the game itself was very unbalanced. But well, it was very unbalanced, and I actually wrote a detailed bug report and sent it to them. I don't know if they fixed them or not. And there was this Iranian game called Dark Years, and it was a point-and-click game based on the Iranian Revolution. Oh, look at her. So cute. During the Iranian Revolution, and they had two protagonists, and it was a real buggy game. But it was wrestling. Okay. Yumi might have liked it. Is criticism trying hard, or you sure like cheering, don't you? Well, I guess. Yeah, great impression's fine. Look at her shiny eyes. Her eye just lights up. And yeah, that game was really janky, and the voice acting was hilarious. That's what made the game basically. And there's this guy that appears at the beginning, and for some reason he doesn't even do anything related to that nickname, but suddenly he tells the protagonist, "They call me Jiffy Bro here," and the protagonist answers, "Thanks, Jiffy Bro." That's Jiffy Bro. So it was a funny game, and I did play the games developed by that particular developer, because Dark Years was hilarious. And I don't know if they're still on Steam, but they used to be on Steam. Yeah. But sometimes I wonder, I want to play the original language in their original dubbed version. And next question is, of the videos you've made so far, and or reviews more broadly, since I know you've talked about writing text reviews before starting making videos, what was your favorite to put together? I think I already answered this early on. It was Booking Man, because I could just write horrible things about it and feel nothing, because that game is horrible. Yeah, Yumi. I haven't even talked to her. She'll produce a bomb, right? And next question is, of course, now I see somebody already asked what was your favorite episode, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm too embarrassed. Are you too embarrassed to be seen with Yumi? Then I'll hold back on my own. In Japanese, Yumi calls herself her first by her name, right? No, I just said no. I didn't do anything horrible to her. Oh my, look at my insane culture stats. Can't wait for third year. She'll produce a bomb. She'll produce. I have to ask her out on the date soon. Go away, Yumi. I don't hate Yumi, but yeah, she is a nuisance. Yes, this went perfectly, just like I planned. I looked at the June is wrestling, July baseball, and August is baseball. Okay. My stress is high, but my health is 131. You know, I should change the text speed too fast now that, you know, I'm mostly done with the questions. I really can't think of what I'm gonna say next, but maybe I could, I don't know, have a little story time. Who knows? Okay, I'll call Yumi. Yumi. Her birthday was in May, but I didn't ask Yoshio when her birthday was, so I didn't have to give her a present. Let's see, do you want to go watch wrestling on the 29th? Okay. I'll make you regret it. Yumi does like have some wrestling moves, and there was a Coliseum question on who would win if there was all the girls fought in the Coliseum. But yeah, obviously the Tokimemo two girls who live in Hibikino are way more prone to fights than in the girls in Kirameki. So I don't think Yumi will do that well in like a life or death gladiatorial combat. So it will be either Akane, Homura, or Miyuki. Okay. Well, not. Yeah. I think Mira shows up at like 100, and Megumi hasn't shown up yet. And actually, is this the last question? Yeah, last question. Last questioner is Turk Frank, my first fan and first Patreon, and my first fan of my comics, and it's so yeah, very should I say very special fan to me. Thank you very much, Turk or Rob. Yeah, why not? For the support and actually waiting on me to draw the next episode of Inanna and the Old Gods. Yeah, I'm really sorry that I haven't really produced anything new for a very long time. Still working on it, but I always say I'm still working on it, but I always say it's a matter of execution and actually finishing it, even in cartoons and in illustrations. The hard part is finishing it, and that's finishing something is what actually improves your skills, is what I think. Okay, let's go to sleep. We have a date next week. Okay, looks, logic. Will it be safe? I wonder. I think it'll be safe. I really hope so. Anyway, Rob's question is, what's the origin of the name Bapsago? Bapsago is an acronym for 밥 먹고 사는 고양이, which means direct translation meaning 고양이 is cat, so a cat who lives and eats. So basically, it means buying a meal, to eat. And so direct translation is that, but you have to eat to live. So if there is not a direct translation, it's I'm feeling the heat. It means to live, basically, just to live. It sounds philosophical, but yeah, basically it means living. Like Princess Mononoke, the lines always, some of the famous lines, involves the word to live, right? Ikiro. So basically, it's living. I'm living. And second one, do you have a university background? Yes, I have a university background in mechanical engineering. I was surrounded by guys, but it was nothing like an otome game. And third, what is something you miss about South Korea after coming to the West? I already mentioned this, but at this point I lived... my stomach. I hope you didn't hear it. It growled. At this point I lived in the West more than I lived in South Korea. So what I miss is the street food. Ibiharu. The street food here, it's called the street food. And if you saw the price of the street food, these, at least in Canada, they're expensive. Some are more expensive than those takeout Vietnamese or Chinese restaurants. They're very expensive. But as far as I know, my stomach. The food in South Korea, the street food there is still pretty inexpensive compared to restaurants. And in South Korea, you don't have to tip. That's good. It's test, right? I think you have a test now. Yep. And I like the street food in South Korea. There's Korean toast. A toast that has a distinct taste to it. They use margarine and a lot of onions, and the Korean toast. I love the Korean toast, and yeah. Korean toasts and the taiyakis, bungeoppang, the the fish pastries. They were very cheap back in my days, and last time I went to Korea, I actually bought some, and there are some really tasty and cheap street foods in South Korea. Probably that's what I miss the most. The cheap and delicious street foods. Street foods here, so expensive. Oh yeah, I should go to the pool with Shiori because I think she has a CG in the summer with high affinity. Should do that. Let's see. Today is the 13th. Would you like to go to the pool? And Shiori will be wearing a colorful bikini. Very, very colorful bikini. Play safe. And the next question, what gaming accomplishment are you most proud of? Well, accomplishments. Well, I do play crusty old CRPGs and, beat them. Maybe that's an accomplished by itself. But when I play any RPGs, even older modern ones, most of the time charisma is like a throwaway stat, right? So people don't really care about charisma when building a character. But if there is a RPG, a game where you could build the characters, I always max out charisma just for roleplay. And sometimes I turn out really, really weak. But I somehow, for making other companions strong, either by making them really strong or just running away, I managed to beat the game with max charisma. And sometimes some games work to your benefit for having charisma. You could buy stuff cheaper or convince people. So yeah, basically I play every character building games with max charisma and beat the game. Maybe that's my beat. But when playing games, some games, the older ones, don't have auto mapping, and traditionally people played it with grid paper, and I am aware of some retro streamers who do put out their grid paper and actually manually draw on it while they're playing the game. But for me, I really don't want to get stressed while playing a game. So if there is a map mod or a program like Grid Cartographer, it's a lifesaver. I usually play using that program, like the All-Seeing Eye for Eye of the Beholder, and Elder Scrolls Daggerfall. They had a lot of quality of life, patches, right? So I just play with them on because I don't want to get too stressed while playing it. To have the experience the people had, when they were playing the game back then. Some might call it, you're not true to the spirit of retro, but whatever, it's me. What's important is how I feel, right? It's vacation. Next week I have a date with Shiori, and I have to raise my lagging stats. Let's see. Logic, looks, and spirit. I could raise spirit in the third year, I think. And yeah, it does look... Uh-oh. It's okay. It's okay, just one more. And I like Yuna. Oh well. Another pretty blue hair. Yeah, the sprites, the SFC sprites are, yeah, really, really cute. And yeah, going back to the retro games, like some retro gamers, they're made of way sterner material. And some games I really don't bother to play because they are really crusty and old. And there are streamers and let's players who just really soldier through the entire the game, and they beat it in how no matter how long it takes. So and let's see. And like speed was speed strats, the what do you call that? Now I'm forgetting like this really simple word I used to like say all the time. Speedrunners. Yeah, speedrunners are they're insane. And are there any upcoming games you're excited for? Um Princess Maker Karen, I'm having cautious excitement, should I say. I wish the graphics they look really cute. If it's well balanced and fairly well written, it will be much better. Yeah, Princess Maker Karen. And speaking of RPGs, and she does like the cute one, right? RPGs, maybe I like Obsidian. Made my Obsidian, the CRPGs. Oh, I think you needed a water slide, or maybe her affinity isn't high enough. It's okay. Let's see. Looks. So I'm looking forward to Avowed, a new Pillars of Eternity series, but I'm not really sure about the first person view because I do prefer like a isometric view for a CRPG, but I did like Outer Worlds, so if it's like a fantasy version of Outer Worlds, I could see it as that. But yeah. And like people were complaining that you don't get to play as many other races, but I don't really mind that if it like fits the lore. If it's set in a continent where there are only humans and elves, and you only get to play as a human and elf, right? Then what's there to really complain about? I'll just max out charisma anyway. And the next question: if you could resurrect the dead game franchise, what would it be? I actually have a really easy answer. It's Breath of Fire. Breath of Fire, an RPG series by Capcom. Breath of Fire, I started with 3 because the artwork was really nice, and I eventually played the entire series. And 3 is the most popular one, and I like 3. 4 had kind of a silly story. Well, let's see. I like 3, but what I liked, my most favorite Breath of Fire, Yumi, oh my god. I dated you once. Yuina. And what was I talking? Oh yeah, my most favorite Breath of Fire series is, people don't like it, but I do, and it's the 5th and the last one because the 6th one doesn't exist. It doesn't exist, okay? The 5th one, Dragon Quarter. It's completely different from the traditional JRPG format Breath of Fire used to have, and it's a roguelike. 3D roguelike game, and you are required to beat it multiple times to see the entire story, and if you die, you just die. You have to start from the beginning. But it's not totally unfair. And for a roguelike, it's very fair. And I am a big fan of Dragon Quarter. And the series died, and there was a sixth one, but I really don't want to admit it exists. And there was another, it's not by Capcom, but there was a mobile game that really resembled Breath of Fire, and it even had the same illustrator. But that game was extremely unpopular. And it was a Capcom game, I think. Maybe. It was like the Breath of Fire. They hired the Breath of Fire character designer for it, and the main character and the heroine basically look like Ryu and Nina. From the protagonist and the heroine. Traditional protagonist heroine from the Breath of Fire series, and they even had those cat people, so it was like a Breath of Fire, but it wasn't. And plus it was very unpopular, and I think I played it till like the server shut down. There really was nothing to do, but yeah, there was sneeze. Okay, I sneezed. I told you I was gonna sneeze. Okay, next question. Actually, speaking of Obsidian, Alpha Protocol it's now sold on GOG, right? It got took down on Steam because some kind of copyright infringement not infringement, I guess the license was expired, but it was still in the song, and it was a stupid reason to get like taken down on Steam. And right now they're selling it on GOG, only on GOG, and I liked Alpha Protocol. Obsidian hasn't really done like a modern espionage RPG since that, and the main character there it had romance options, sort of sim-ish, and the main character is a major douche nozzle, but I still like the game. But the player character I didn't like him at all, actually. He was a douche. And next question. What are some of your personal favorite mythological figures? Well, you already read my comics. You know the obvious answer, right? Inanna. And let's see. Let's talk about maybe a Korean mythological figure. There is she's the goddess of farming from the Jeju Island mythology. Her name is Jachungbi. Jachungbi. And basically her parents wanted a son, I think, but she was born as a girl, and she what was it like? She disguised herself as a man. There was the son of the emperor from the heavens. He came down to the human world to study some stuff from a very famous scholar, and Cha Chungbi fell in love with him, so she disguised herself as a man to get close to him. And later on, he found out he was a she, and they fell in love and they got married. Went back to the heavens and got married. But the story doesn't end there. What was I trying to do? I'm dreaming. Story doesn't end there. And there was a rebellion in the heavens, and like they overthrow. I think they murder her husband. They overthrow the empire, the heaven, whatever, and maybe it was a coup d'état. Maybe, probably not a peasants' rebellion or coup d'état or whatever. They overthrow the empire and kill the husband. And she seeks out on a journey to revive her husband. Well, he's special. He's from the heavens. He could be revived, I guess. And she sets out on a journey and returns home to the heavens. And I think she revives makes her husband come back to life, and she also kills all the usurpers. Sorry, usurper. And after that, she doesn't like settle there. Her husband is now living, but she doesn't settle there. She just goes down to the human world and just goes wherever she wants to, spreading the seeds of farming and everything. So she's basically someone who does something she feels like doing, wants to do. And she also kills people. So I thought that was pretty kick-ass. For some reason, the name Cha Chong-bi is used a lot in Korean fantasy stuff, but I don't think there's like a direct adaptation of her feats. As far as I know, maybe there is one, but from what I know, it's mostly like fantasy stuff that aren't really related to what she did, should I say. So maybe a potential comic material, who knows. I have to research a lot of stuff on that though, and reading even the Sumerian related stuff are it's still a lot, not as much as Egyptian or Greek mythology. That's why I chose to draw this, but still you have to read everything from certain other points of views. And what are your favorite books? I already recommended some comic books to Jamli in an earlier question. Books I liked Victor Hugo. I do like Jane Austen too. Let's see. I do read a lot of children's literature. Those picture books, because I liked looking at the artwork. So I do like to creepily read like those books in the children's section of the library, just to observe, examine the artwork there. And maybe I could. Well, I'll recommend the easy children's book. I love the Velveteen Rabbit. I do have some really strong, should I say, nostalgia or strong memories towards inanimate object, because, as I've said, our parents didn't buy us a lot of toys. So there's this stuffed rabbit. It's a rabbit doll I still have since I was a kid, because my parents bought several more rabbit stuffed animals, but when we came here, I think my mom threw most of them away or just donated them when I was away at school. So I only have one survivor, and yeah, he's still with me. And I do. And yeah, so basically Velveteen Rabbit, I first saw it when I lived in the States. They did a stage play on it, one guy with like a puppet. And I was really young, but it really resonated, I mean, maybe the first time I felt some emotion while looking at some other forms of media, but I really love the story, and I have the book, the reprint of the first edition, and the other, with other illustrations. So yeah, Velveteen Rabbit is a children's story I really like. And next, what is your finishing move? Well, I really don't fight, but I have a favorite finishing move. I liked acting, like doing the pose from how Shoko Ken from the Art of Fighting. That I like doing that pose better than Kamehameha. Speaking of finishers, I know you like wrestling, and in the game, I should what was that? Looks and Yuina is around, so yeah, I could work on logic later. So looks or spirit, or I could just okay. Yeah. Okay. I know you like wrestling, and I think it was either. Oh yeah, she forces you to. Yeah, that happened. Oh well. it's impossible to learn an arcade move. Oh well, I'm not gonna fight the Bancho, so it's okay. I was planning to fight him if I get the arcade moves, but yeah, Yuina forces you to join the science club, right? Ugh. It's okay. Oh yeah, I was talking about it was either shut your mouth or Outlook. Was it Here Comes the Pain? Anyway, one of those WWE PS2 games, Faymaster was the hidden overpowered finisher. So, I think Yuina's the girls offense drops if you see this, right? It's Yuina, it's okay. So Faymaster was really overpowered. So I remember ending up putting Faymasters in, every superstar, even the default WWE players, to beat like certain tasks. Faymaster, it was Faymaster all the way. Faymaster was so overpowered. What is Billy Gunn doing these days? So yeah, maybe my finishing move in those WWE PS2 games were the Faymaster. Personally, I don't know if it's a finishing move, but I could sleep early and fall asleep fast. Sleeping, I guess. Finishing move is sleeping very sound, and I don't have sleep deprivation. Yeah. Do you know any ghost stories? Yeah, I do know a lot of ghost stories because that's what you read when you're in elementary school, right? You always have this book compilation of ghost stories where little kids read that. And like they're like really scared of whatever it's in it, and they really fear that it will happen to them. For ghost stories, I remember, speaking of ghost stories, I said I read the classics, right? And I read the Anne of Gable series, L.A. Montgomery. And I liked reading her books, and she had a compilation of short ghost stories. I forgot the title. It was like L.A. Montgomery writing ghost stories. And I read it and it wasn't scary at all, and so I remember being disappointed. That's what I want to say. And let's see, there were some development stories in some Japanese games like Megami Tensei, from Atlas. There were reports of the developers, the staff, seeing ghosts, so they had to do some kind of ceremony to cleanse the evil, basically. But I don't know that the first time I heard it, I was like, or isn't it because they were too overworked? So they saw this like massive hallucination, like hearing stuff that's not supposed to exist and all that. That was my initial thought, because I did read a lot of ghost stories, but I exactly don't believe in ghosts. Sorry if you do, but I really don't. And I think I do have some superstitions, for some like really illogical superstitions I believe in. August 7th, and should I? Yoshio and a double date, right? Yoshio was asking me on a double date. I'm gonna write with And actually, that is all the questions I have. We're done answering the questions after about 2 years and a half, and about 2 years and a quarter into the game. And here I was concerned over like I won't be able to answer the questions before I finish the game. Look at Shiori's face. At least Yuna is smiling, you know. Shiori always looks so unhappy before like she has the blushing face. Actually, the blushing face is much cuter in the Super Famicom version because the PC Engine and the PlayStation, you know what that expression, right? I really have to go to the bathroom, or I just shit my pants expression. Yeah. All right, Bashuri. Okay. So what should I talk about next? Well, there, I like played back on my video from yesterday, and there were some stuff I left out in the questions. It wasn't like I couldn't think about it when I was answering that, and there were stuff I wanted to elaborate or speak more on, but I guess that's the charm of these let's play live-ish stuff. You have to improvise, but I'm not really good at that. It's my first time. Okay, it's not like I have a lot to like talk about on the game. Because of you, I couldn't get my arcade move, It's fine. Shiori will introduce Chad to Megumi on the next Valentine's Day for sure, or if I go to the Christmas party, Shiori might introduce Chad to Megumi. Megumi will eventually, appear. At least like she didn't appear this like into like not that early, so but there I accidentally had to put Yuina out. So it evens out, I guess. Okay, next. Next, I guess I'll improvise. I'll think of something. Let's see. At least, the Science Club, it does raise spirits. Yep, I have to give her a present. I should ask her out this fall. Protein, she likes not protein, a bracelet. Actually, I think the birthday gifts change according to the console. It changes a little bit. And only in the PlayStation port, she already had a birthday event that was newly added in, and she had the same birthday as Chad. No, sorry, Saki. I can't risk bombs. I will date you soon. But I should date Shiori first. Okay, Shiori has a event in the fall, I think. The park, the local park. Oh, that's the class trip. Okay. The 21st, and we could go to the local park. We could go and stare at the trees. So I forgot. What's the difference between science and the science club? Oh, the fitness goes down. Okay. I sleep. And we're going on a school trip. I'll go to China because it's a unique location to the Super Famicom ports. Oh, Australia is actually unique. Oh, we'll go upside down, I guess. So yeah, only I guess I think only the Super Famicom they go overseas. I've never been to Australia, but I thought winter in Australia was pretty mild. Speaking of mild winters, you know, I live in Canada and Canada is known for having a lot of snow in the winter, right? But I haven't really seen that much snow in the past maybe decade or so. We used to have snowstorms more often than we used to have right now. Right now it's you barely see that much snow around in the winter, and isn't even that cold. I remember having to wear those really thick boots and coats and hats just to, you know, go out. And right now, these days, recently, I can't really remember feeling really cold. And you know, as you grow older, you're supposed to feel more colder, right? You know, bones, those shattering bones and all that. Sure, let's go, Shiori. And no, it's not that. It's not that cold. It's not that cold. And summer is getting more humid, in my opinion. And mostly I melt in the summer, but I really am not really in a good mood. Well, during the summer months because everything is so sticky, and I have one of those body types where you sweat a lot from the palms and the soles of the hands and feet. And I draw stuff, right? And I draw stuff I'll lose. Steve Irwin will help me. And so I draw stuff. I draw stuff, and I draw on the tablet, right? The monitor tablet, the artist tablet that every people use these days. Mine's pretty old. Mine's very old. I think I bought it back in 2010-ish, but it still works. That's what it matters. Why do I keep on missing? Anyway, the weather plus my sweat, my sweaty palms. Yeah, it's not a good, you know, synergy. Even if I turn on the air conditioning, my palms are very sweaty, and my feet. We have carpeted floors, and I can't, because of my feet, I can't like walk around bare feet. I always have to wear plastic Crocs or slippers around. Oh yeah, it was a kangaroo, not Steve Irwin. Kangaroo of Justice. If you go to Nara, I think like a huntsman helps you, right? I think I got confused with him. Oh, no, you can never win the fights in the first one, unlike the second one. Chad too is very strong. Yeah, I have a date. Don't forget. September baseball Korea. I should take Saki out soon too, right? Shiori and her jacket. Yeah, yeah, she's blushing now, right? I think she's blushing. Yeah, I prefer her this a lot more than the poopy face. And they are here to stare at the trees. Actually, this was from the PC Engine version, but this is one of the screenshots, the Event City screenshots when I read the magazine. I thought was really, really pretty. I really wanted to play the game. Yeah, because Chad was a jerk, and he, distanced himself from Shiori according to the drama series. So, like, dating her multiple times does, eventually get her to the blushing face, but my memories of this was, yeah, Shiori never appears under the legendary tree with inadequate stats. So you have to watch out, like, everything's there except looks and spirit. But I have over a year left, so it's okay. Go away, Yumi. I think if I refuse her next, she will produce a bomb. Chad will say something the lines of, "Oh, I was such a jerk." Yumi, what was Yumi's fall event? Was it spring? No. Wrestling? Let's see. I think wrestling. Yeah, wrestling was in the fall, and spring was the amusement park, or is the other way around? Wrestling is in November. Oh, I'll just ask her out to the amusement park. Saki, she usually doesn't produce a bomb that fast. She's really nice in that way. But Yumi is, yeah, she is a bomber. Okay, Yumi, you want to go to the amusement park. You like amusement park, right? Yeah, sure. Another, imagine, having all multiple girls. It is like the everlasting, line of the after school thing. Miharu again. Creepy stalker, koala girl. Sleep it off. More club activities. Well, it's a nice change from the drama club, I guess. I mean, on the culture festival, I'm doing that. I won't be doing. I just joined. The failure motion in the science club, the apple, defies gravity, I guess. And if you are successful, the apple falls to the ground. But if you're not, it defies gravity. But doesn't that make it more, I don't know, special? I guess if it can't be explained by science, then you fail. Yuina originally wanted to make a laser weapon, right? That was short. Have a date with Yumi today. Almost forgot. And she's late too. Yeah, she has a wrestling event in the fall and the spring, and an amusement park event in the spring. Yeah. You like hero shows, right? Yeah, I'm too used to choosing the great impression thing. I wasn't even giving a second thought on like choosing a dialogue option that gives a like a so and so reaction. Yeah, I should be careful. But you know, taking care of bombs with this many characters isn't that big of a deal. Club. Gonna sleep. So yeah, while I was playing, I was thinking about things to say. Most of the time when people do let's plays, they remain silent or give comments on what they're playing. But since Tokimeki Memorial doesn't have a lot of action, it's kind of hard to think of what you have to say while playing. And for the record, I am recording this in segments, so if the footage seems choppy and the music, it starts at a weird place, it's because I cut the recording off and re-recorded, either because my throat hurt or I don't want my my PC to overheat or anything. That's why like some segments look weird. But mostly I'm not doing any loading, and I'm just doing this and without loading. Basically, it's just a playthrough. And like this, I just pressed stop recording button out of habit. And for the recording, I'm using Pandicam, a South Korean company, the Pandi company, and they release really good utility tools. So I'm using Pandicam, which is just like a single license, I think it was about $40, and $40 single license, and it does have a lot of functions, and it's not heavy. So I really don't like using resource heavy programs for my PC. So for example, when I make videos, most people use, I think, Adobe Premiere, or if you want to use a free program, it's DaVinci. But DaVinci it does have a lot more functions. You could do more pretty stuff with it, but it weighs a lot. And for my editing, I just use OpenShot, the open source free program, video editing program. And even with OpenShot, I could pretty much do what I want to do, I guess. In terms of just making simple edits in a game review. So, and it's light. And there was one point, one of the versions was really buggy, and it kept crashing while I was making editing videos what was I trying to do? Play safe. And that was during when I was making Campus Love Story. And as if you watch my Campus Love Story review, it's Yumi, your face. No. See, that's why Yumi's a problem. Oh my god. And Campus Love Story review was long. And there were a ton of footages to edit. To, put together. And the open shot kept crashing. So at least it didn't like destroy the entire file or anything, but the crashing every time I tried to move like a video, it was a problem. So I had to split that up into multiple segments and put it together again. Bookieman, I did that the same with Bookieman. You know how many how many women there are in Bookieman, right? So yeah, it was a real hassle, and I did it somehow. But like, sorry. I'll probably mute that part out, but my throat was getting scratchy. I had to drink some tea. And what was I talking about? I got distracted. I have to sleep. Oh, open shot. And after the version after that didn't crash at all, thankfully. And they did like have more versions, more upgraded versions, but I'm too afraid to like change it because maybe the newer added functions might cause problems with the one I'm currently using. So OpenShot is overall a good like light program to use. And for animations, you have to use an Adobe one, right? You really don't have to, but I'm used to it. So I just use After Effects for animation, and Clip Studio has some animation functions too. So Clip Studio is another choice, and Clip Studio is also like a fairly light program, an art program you could use. I use Clip Studio all the time for drawing cartoons, and Photoshop for making adjustments to the images. Photoshop is still better in that way, but I liked Clip Studio until they made it into a subscription thing starting from 2.0. So you had to pay this much annually to get all the upgrades. And I didn't upgrade to Clip Studio 2.0 yet because I don't want to pay. I don't want to do that. I already have enough stuff I could do with Clip Studio 1 point something. So I really didn't find any reason to upgrade to the 2.0. And for the 3D stuff, I use Blender and import it to Clip Studio. I don't know if any of this is fun to you. I'm not even talking about otome or dating sims right now. Shiori is blushing, but so is Yumi. But I don't even know her birthday. I dated her 2 times and she's blushing. Maybe I'll load if Yumi shows up. That would be an utter failure, but it would be funny. Let's see. I'm pretty ugly now. Let's see. Should I date Saki? Maybe. Let's do some club activities. Morning. So unless Yumi does something horribly wrong, Shiori ending is almost a guarantee at this point. I could raise the looks and the spirit in the third year, so it's not too much of a problem. But yeah, Yumi is the problem, basically, you know. I guess. Call, select, and choose continue when loading a file to start at the prologue, keeping any cleared endings. Yeah, but there isn't even a gallery. Yeah, I'll call Saki. And go, I don't know, go shopping because there's no baseball in November, right? No, there's pro wrestling in November. Let's go to the shopping mall. You like shopping malls? Most girls like shopping malls. I don't. And more club activities. Play safe to the third year. Another after school event. I like her disappointed face. Let's not forget the date. She likes accessories. Junk shop is a risk. She doesn't like it, but I don't want her, you know, affection to be that high. I just choose these also in the accessory. It is what it is. Oh yeah, they do have the lottery event, yeah. It's a slot machine or something, right? Yukari, I think, also has it too. And you could give her a haniwa. Duh. Just my rotten luck. I was never good at that lucky at gachas, even when playing mobile games. Oh well. Yep, too bad. It was a good date. So I was thinking whether or not I should change clubs back to the drama club with Shiori. Well, it's not necessary, but if you want a guaranteed Shiori ending, it's the safe way. Since Shiori's friendship, it does fall faster than the other girls, so that's why some girls show up under the tree over Shiori, because if you didn't date her enough, then other girls, as you can see, Yumi already is blushing and Saki likes you, so other girls, as your stats go up, their like affection just goes up automatically. And right now, being with Yuina itself, she is like gaining those points. It's you again. And like, there's always Miharu, right? Ugh. But I don't know if it might. It's safe, but it won't be that fun, should I say? Maybe I'll go to. No, this is the December. They're doing the classic stuff, right? Maybe I'll date Shiori. And let's go to the concert grounds. They're doing a classic concert there. Oh no! Why did you have to say no? Oh crud. My health is high, but yeah, I could use some sleeping, I guess. Ugh. Another. Oh, sorry, Saki. I don't want to risk Yuming seeing me and you together, and she'll like produce a bomb. This is Saki again. Well, better Saki than Yumi, I guess. So yeah, still pondering over the change of clubs, because Shiori's friendship does fall a lot faster than the other girls, as I said. 24th, can I? If it's winter, I could go to the amusement park to see her event, I guess. I still have more than a year left. Sometimes, you know, these things happen. And you really have to watch what you say to the girls so that they will not appear under the tree over Shiori. Even if you have the adequate stats, if you know. And Tokimemo 2 was good in that way because yeah, it does like award you for the most investment, even if you have like the similar affections. So guess I will continue on with the science club till the 3rd year. Before and starting for the 3rd year, I'll probably avoid the science club and do other stuff to raise. It already the stats are already almost adequate, except the spirit. So I'm doing fine by standards, but like yeah, what I'm concerned about is Yumi and the Megumi later. And I won't give Yumi a birthday present. I won't even ask Yoshio for her birthday. I have to really be careful. Let's see, art. See, so looks and spirit only has to be like 100. So it's not that of a concern. And and if you do logic, Shiori is with you. Sleep. Logic, I guess. Oh. I'll ace it, probably. And all the other girls' affections will, yeah, it will go up. Yeah, the the emperor of examinations. Shiori's Shiori's grades fell, right? Probably because she was busy dating Chad. That's what, Chad was aiming for. I will look in the mirror. And let's see. Insight and looks. Yeah, it's a bit on the low side, but there will Yuko and Mira will appear if I do that. I guess I'll stick with logic. Oh no, go away. So Chad's lines change after he says no, and if he says something that lies like I'm a douchebag, it's almost 100% a bomb, and you have to date her ASAP, especially for Yumi. It does explode fairly fast. I think her bomb is supposed to explode very fast. Let's see. I'll look at the mirror. Christmas is coming. I have to go to the party. And it's not vacation yet, so go Spock. And let's see if Megumi shows up in the Christmas party, if she already introduces. And Sotoi will say, yeah, I'll let you in. So weird, Yukinojo, because I always call him Sotoi. He's outside, so it really fits his name too. And probably get like a Ray present. And I think the color of her cocktail changes every year. And in the third year, he asks, like Chad asks Ray, what is in the glass. And of course, they don't wear party dresses. I think in Tokimemo 3, you could like get in by just wearing plain clothes. And then again, it's pretty weird. Like, it's a high school Christmas party, so why should you be in party dresses and formal clothes, right? Like, okay. Oh, okay, nice. We got a Shiori present, and Shiori didn't introduce Megumi, which means that Megumi will appear on February. And diligently date Shiori, or I'll take care of my looks first. Next week is still vacation, so I will take care of my looks. And probably will go on a date with Shiori to the amusement park because there is an event. No, go. I'm sorry. She visited and she went through the trouble visiting me. That was probably pretty cold of me, but you're not Shiori Saki. I'm sorry. It'll be funny if she says she's free, and after you ask her out, she'll say no. Oh, I just coughed. It'll be a mute. Good thing I'm recording this in segments, because it was like a long playthrough. I'm not sure if I could, have the patience go through the entire video to look for that particular section where I coughed. Good grades, obviously. Maybe in the third year I'll wish for a Shiori thing, because the stats are already up there. All you have to do is watch if any other girls might come out under the tree, like Yumi and Megumi. Hua. Yeah, it's great luck. I like how there's like the translation team made a custom icon for the results of the fortune telling, right? It's supposed to be written in kanji, Taikichi, Kokichi, Jukichi. Okay, the stress is 0 because I got great luck in the shrines. That's good. I will... Oh, I could raise spirit anytime, so... I'll exercise for the new year. At the start of every new year in January, the gym is super crowded. So I make it a point to... sometime at the really early points in January, the days I make it a point to not really go to the gym. I just make it an excuse. I mostly go to the gym early where there aren't that much people, but still there is a crowd starting at the new year, so I try to avoid that as much as possible. I really don't like being around a lot of people. School will be starting, so I keep hurting her. I feel so sorry. But you have to be cold. That's what Shiori wants, I will. I already got better grades than you, Shiori. I'll keep studying hard. Let's see, go on a bit of a jog. And what else should I talk about? Let's pause here. Have to think. Get some new tea too. So yeah, I just paused and while I was getting tea, I was thinking about stuff to say, and I really still couldn't think about what to say. But mostly when when I was in middle school and high school in South Korea, and when a young teacher comes in, a new teacher comes in, there is always a meet and greet time. Like kids want to ask the teacher on their personal stuff. And the most popular question that comes up is, what was your first, like, who was your first love? Or tell me about your boyfriend or girlfriend. Yeah, not that I will be talking about those things, but, and I really don't have a first love or whatever, but which it reminds me of a time when I was in before middle school and almost before graduating elementary school. I was in South Korea, and during elementary school I went to the arcades a lot because arcades a lot because I answered one of the question, it had like cool fighting games. And by the time I think it was by the time Virtual Fighter 2 came out, and I said in my Angelique video that I really liked Leon, right? And and it was a fairly new game at that time, and it was pretty expensive compared to other arcade games. Other arcade games were about 100 won, which is about a cent, but 10 cents actually. But Virtual Fighter 2 was about 300 to 400 won, which is about 30 to 40 cents. So compared to the other games, it was very expensive, but I wanted to play it. So I went to this arcade. Come to think of it, I was very young, 10, 11, 12 at the time, and the arcades weren't exactly a place where, a good place for kids to hang out, should I say. There were some really well-polished big arcades next to university, but there were lots of arcades that were really shady. It's like in the back of an alley, a piss-stained alley, where you go inside and all the ajashis and the oppas were there playing games, and they were smoking, and it smelled of smoke, and like some people like spat on the floors. It was pretty disgusting, but I really had zero caution over everything, and I'm extremely lucky that I didn't have any like major events while going through those arcades. I used to go to those shady arcades because those arcades had better games. So I was just looking for games basically. Anyway, this arcade I went to was in a major part of the city, so it wasn't that dangerous. So I was there, and Virtual Fighter was popular, but it was empty at that time, Virtual Fighter 2. So I put in my coin and played, and like the most fighting games I play, I sucked. I wasn't good. I don't have the skills, and my age, it was young. It was very young. So I was playing, and this I think middle school aged boy, it kind of looked, middle school. He came up to me and he didn't ask kind of politely that is it can you consider not playing this game? And I'm like, why? And he said, well, this is a expensive game to play, and I don't want to see you spending all your money on this game just to die and put 30 cents in over and over again. Maybe you should more practice more, or just play other games, cheaper games, because that's a waste of your money. Well, that was my money. It's not like he was paying me, but he tried to be at least polite about it. So I'm like, oh yeah, but I like playing this. I want to play this. And he said, okay, then well, at least he was polite about it, right? So he continued. I was just like, okay, I'm gonna keep playing. I was playing, and he continued to watch me right next to me. I was like, why isn't he going away? And he suddenly asks, okay, what school do you go to? So he was trying to hit on this elementary school girl. Well, he was young too, so maybe he wanted a girlfriend who plays games. But yeah, he attempted to ask me where I attend school and my name and all that. And probably that was the kind of creepy. It's cute, I guess, because he was a boy too, but one of the experiences I felt uncomfortable when going to an arcade. And after he asked that, I granted his wish, and I just quit the game and left the arcade. And maybe he did that on purpose to kick me out, who knows. And yeah, that was my gaming dating sim story, I guess. What was I trying to do? And speaking of young teachers, there were I went to a girls' middle school, and there were two male teachers who young unmarried male teachers who were popular because they were young and they were married, right? Bachelors, married, and one of them was a social studies teacher, and one of them was history, I think. And the history teacher was like a chubby bear, and he well, not that I had a crush on him or anything. I didn't like any of the teachers. I thought they were pretty not that attractive, because at that time I was reading like watching Gundam Wing and reading BL or any other shoujo manga, right? I was not interested in real life men, and and by that time I did talk about front mission alternative, right? In my St. Valentine's School video, I was into front mission alternative, and I drew those BL comics starring the main character and the guy who has a crush on the main character. I was like drawing comics of them, BL comics of them in my notebook, and most of the time I didn't really pay that much attention to class. I'm not interested in. And for some teachers, they were like, yeah, it's your life, I don't really care. The older teachers were more like that. It's like, I don't care what you do in my class, it's your life, right? But the young teachers were more sensitive to that because they were young and they had more passion. So I was just doodling on my notebook the bear teacher's history class, and he caught me, and he caught me and looked at what I was drawing and proceeded to read the dialogues I wrote. So, which was, it was traumatic, but I kind of tried to stop him, and kids didn't understand anyway, because at that time there weren't a lot of kids who were into subculture, because it was before the internet became big. So kids who were into those things had to look them up, go into shops and do some research and talk to people to get that information. And there weren't a lot of kids who were into anime, manga, BL, and games in my middle school. And most of the girls who knew those anime stuff they just watched them from TV. I think Sailor Moon was on at the time, but there were no core fans, should I say, no BL fans. I had only 2 friends in middle school who were into BL. Yeah, there were 3 or 4. So they were pretty rare. Anyway, he proceeded to read that from the class, and of course kids didn't understand. So yeah, that was an experience. But then the drama Answer, Korean drama 1997, the answer, whatever answer, yeah. And there's a part where they are passing around BL those fanfics, those same-sex fanfics of the idols, right? And the teacher catches them, and he reads the entire fanfic. And yeah, it was like, yeah, I've been there, but it wasn't an idol fanfic. It was some very obscure minor, not that minor at that time, but from today it is pretty minor. Cartoon thing with stupid dialogues written on it. I was never big into idols even in middle school. The idols, sorry, I haven't I ate breakfast and my stomach is still growling. I wasn't that into idols. What was I trying to do? Oh, call Shiori. Idols in middle school. The idols, they didn't have the word K-pop back then, but the idols that were big at my time was HOT and Sex Kids. And there were fights, you know, sometimes literal fights, but most of the time it's like fandom fights over who's the best oppa, like Sex Kids or HOT. And I wasn't interested in either of them. But there were like slash fanfics passed around in the classroom, and I'm pretty sure some classes, you know, it didn't happen in my class, but some teachers did read out those like fanfics out aloud. Okay, she said yes. And I had a friend in middle school who had a major crush on the other teacher, who isn't the skinny teacher, who the social studies teacher. And I met her. We still keep in touch, and I met her several years ago when I went to South Korea. And she knows. I asked her like, "Oh yeah, how about that teacher you had a crush on?" And she knew exactly who I was talking about, and she knew who he married. He married one of the teachers, the female teachers that came to work at the same school. And she said she said like she actually saw him and his wife in the grocery store and said hello. And she thought yeah, I think Yumi now has a bomb right now. I have to call her. But I have a date. She said, yeah, she wasn't that pretty. And I don't really mind that like a guy that's that much older than me. I could do better. And she still hasn't she forgot about him, but she still hasn't got over it for some reason. Not for some reason. She still hasn't gotten over, you know, that teacher. And I remember like that. Well, he was skinny and he was young, but he's far from looking like good looking. Yeah. So yeah, that's some romance stuff, I guess. I don't know if any of these are interesting. People like personal stories, right? Okay, oh yeah, I have a date today. Oh, almost forgot. And after Megumi shows up, I should check with Yoshio or call Yumi, I guess. No, Shiori is not into hero shows. Ferrisville. I hope it stops. It should stop. I think she has enough affection. Yep, it stopped. And what else should I talk about? Maybe I'll like go back to the questions and answer stuff I forgot to talk about. While I was like playing this, and desperately thinking about stuff I should say. I wanted to say in the questions. Sorry, I wasn't really reading, Shiori. I was busy talking. Man, I have over a year left. Still have over a year left. And Yumi and Saki is... yeah, that's why we should be careful playing this game. Okay. Save. Even with the fastest text speed, it's normal. Okay. I think I saved after making it fast. Okay. Maybe I should talk about the time that I briefly talk about the tear gas incident in elementary school while answering a question, right? Maybe I'll I wanted to add those stuff in my reviews, but it was redundant, so I was planning to make it like a bonus, those like cut out parts as a bonus video if I get enough Patreons. And Patreon right now got rid of them, but they used to have goals. So if you have like this much Patreons, you could have I'll make these videos and you could have access to them. But the goals disappeared, so I really don't I know a way to YouTube has memberships, but I only have like 1,500 subscribers. I doubt people will pay for a membership there. But anyway, one of the stories I was planning to make, should I say, one of the deleted episodes was when I was in elementary school. I said our school was next to a university, a college, and they did have those undongkwan demonstrations there. And at that age, when I think of university students, it's like demonstrations. They had a lot of demonstrations, and one day, and kids, they didn't really know the meaning of a demo. We call it a demo. Is in demonstrations. They kind of knew it was like students shouting and fighting over something and something like that. And one day, the next door college announced that they will be having a demonstration, and they told the teachers in the elementary school, "Yep, she's gonna call out Megumi, summon the helmet." And kids were talking, and even the kids knew about it, and the teachers, they like warned them beforehand. So it's like, kids, send the kids home early because it might like get like really, it's gonna be a big demonstration. It's gonna be potentially dangerous. But yeah, so normally you should send the kids home, right? Because yeah, it could be dangerous. But at the same time, we had the elementary school was having an event about a week later. It was one of those sports events, and the kids had to do this mandatory math game. You those math games you do in North Korea. Make formations and make it a shape and all that, and make a shape and do all those sort of military like things. So we were in the midst of practicing that. And on that day of the demonstration, instead of sending the kids home, I guess most of the teachers insisted that the kids have to. They can't even skip a day. They have to do the math game practice. So outside the school gates, we had a fairly big like gate, and after school, maybe they sent the younger kids home because their classes ended early. But for the kids who were over 4th grade, 4th, 5th, 6th grade, their classes ended late, and they made them practice the. Oh, I'm sorry, Saki. We were practicing that stupid math game while there was a demonstration going on. Yeah. At least they didn't go inside the gates or anything, but there was a huge demonstration going on outside, and kids were like, doing some stuff like with the marching band music, and the teachers didn't care. Some teachers probably cared, but they didn't have enough power, I guess. Call Yoshio. And after the game ended, not the game, I'm sorry, the math game practice ended, it was about the time the demonstration ended, and there were they opened the gates, and some people were on the streets, and it was really smoky. smoky, and that smoke was, just the remnants of the tear gas the military threw, and it was really strong. I thought it was smoke at the first time, but it was tear gas, and it was very, very strong. And all the kids, they were walking home crying, not because well, it hurt, but if you like get hit by tear gas, you cry, and everything is really, really like, just every hole in your face, it's hot, should I say, very spicy. It gets very spicy, right? And like there are tears and like snot pouring out of their faces, including me, and we had to walk home like that. And the funny thing is, I don't think none of the parents came the next day to tell oh man. Okay, ask info about the girls. So Yumi doesn't have a bomb yet. Okay. Oh yeah, I don't collect. I sometimes buy stuffed animals, and I'm pretty shy, and not many male friends. Yeah, but I don't have a helmet on. Oh, and yeah, that was my tear gas experience, and I also told my mom about it, and my mom, she was so nonchalant about it. She's like, "Oh, okay, well that sucked." I don't know, maybe she was like desensitized over like demonstrations back in the 80s. It was under a military dictatorship, and they actually killed a lot of students back then. So compared to that, maybe it wasn't really a thing for her. And yeah, kids died back then in the 80s. But maybe, the parents of our generation, parents didn't see like demonstrations of the 90s that much of a threat compared to all the tanks and the soldiers who carried guns and actually killed people back in the days. So the reactions of the parents were, it was pretty interesting looking back. The fact that they didn't really think that was that much of a deal. That was my demonstration. It would have been much organized had I made it into a video format, but yeah, rant wise, that's basically what happened. I have to get through the second year, and starting from the third year, it's smooth sailing. I only have to care about dating Shiori and keeping up with the bombs. Like the stats, as the stats go up, every girl is just super into you, and that's why it's not much of a lot if you take a lot, like your time raising the stats for Shiori. And I was ranting this like whole time and taking it super slow and missing a lot of stuff, but still the stats are like this, man. Okay, after the exam and the vacation, I am pretty safe to do whatever I want, but well, as you can see, my stats are already there. It's a matter of like dating a lot and like cross my fingers that Megumi and Yumi shouldn't like appear. And there are like quite a few those like personal hidden episodes I were planning had I reached my Patreon goal. Ugh, go away, helmet. Actually, the helmet is pretty, like the Super Famicom graphics makes her look almost not like a helmet, should I say. And I think this is just my speculation, but she's gonna ask me out, right? No, I'm not. No, I'm busy. Go away. It's not cold. I'm just preventing the, you know, the eventual. So, what was I trying to talk? Yeah, those were the cutting room materials. One of the cutting room materials, and there was this part where I was planning to talk like the entire video about Yainshide, the drama I was talking about in my newlyweds video. I wanted to talk about that, but my sister, she saw the script and said, "Isn't this part too redundant to put it in your review?" So I, you know, didn't put that in the review. Ended up not putting it in, which was, yeah, a good idea. Any place is fine, I guess. She likes the planetarium too, I guess. Yeah, I just remember what I was trying to say. This is my speculation, but some people in the comments consider me being kind of mean or harsh to characters like Shiori or Megumi. I always call her a helmet. But after Nico Nico Video was, when Nico Nico Video was more popular back then, and people started uploading classic video let's plays of video games like Tokimemo 1, it was kind of like a trend or a meme to, just call Shiori, a villainous, or call Megumi a helmet, and helmet and an obstacle with Yumi. So they were, making fun of the characters, but not necessarily in a mean way, because they were even before Nico Video, and people were discussing those games in forums or even offline. They were very infamous for, just appearing out of nowhere when you wanted to get a show ending. So it is kind of a form of endearment, should I say, just giving them nicknames and making fun of them. So I think like some comments thought I was just being mean. So it was like a difference between, I guess, two cultures or whatever you want to say. I really don't want to use that word that much, but yeah, I have a date. Oh. Alright. So yeah, it's not like I don't like Shiori, or Megumi or Yumi for that matter, because it's just a character on the screen. What's but there aren't yeah, they're pretty. Say something romantic, Chad. It's heavenly. I wish I could always see the stars like this. I should start diligently dating Shiori. But the dates here, they don't have that much variety to it, right? And the outfits are the same as well, so it's not that fun. I was just thinking about like video games or any characters I really didn't like. Yeah, I find like like characters like Namil or Booking Man despicable, I guess. But I can't say I hate them to the guts because they don't really exist, but I did say people like Namil or Booking Man do exist, and one of them, I think a couple of them are like my relatives. When I was in the early 2000s, one of my cousin brothers and our uncle, my uncle and his son came over to visit. And vacation? Nope. To visit, and I mentioned that I realized how much racist other Korean people were when I lived in Canada, the Korean people I met in Canada, right? And Yumi, no, go away. Yes, I'm embarrassed to be. I don't want to be seen with you. Yeah, yep. Bomb. It's you, Yumi. I know. Oh, it's White Day. Why doesn't he get multiple chocolates? If he got multiple chocolate, he might as well just have some multiple chocolates, right? Let's just splurge on just one. And what's the whole White Day thing anyway? It's like just marketing stuff. Make guys buy candy for the girls. Oh, which reminds me, I went to a girls' middle school, and of course some of the girls had boyfriends from other schools, right? And and when the girls prepare the presents, they really go out of their way to make it the best looking present ever. She asks her friends, like those girls, they asked their friends to fold some paper cranes or stars to put it in this little cute box and fill it up with stars, decorate, and do all those things, and it looked really pretty. And she gave it to her boyfriend, and on days of her birthday or other days. Let's see, let's go to the movie theater. And on her birthday or on White Day, she proudly shows her friends what her boyfriend gave her, and it's just like a box of candy or just a notebook, a cute notebook and a pen. So I always thought that wasn't fair. So I lost my trail of thought there. Yeah, I was talking about my cousin brother, right? So yeah, he was an extreme racist. And I remember, and he also was very, should I say, like a typical, like a Korean. I shouldn't say typical. He was especially bad, should I say, or very traditional, should I say? Because he said, since you're the second daughter, your older sister would be important because she's the firstborn. But since you are a girl and you're the secondborn, you're not as important in the family. He straight up said that. He wasn't trying to be mean or anything. It's just a casual talk. And there were lots of instances of him being racist, but he also said this casually. Korea also has public bathrooms and bathtubs, the public baths like Japan, right? And he said, I can't stand dark-skinned people, those black people. And if any black person comes inside the same tub as me in those public baths, I would just immediately go out, step out of the tub, because it feels that the water will grow dark. Yeah, that's his exact words. That's what he said. And I was, my siblings and I were like freaked out on like those words, and he was just smiling and telling me, ugh, Yumi, maybe I'll leave a bad impression. So yeah, that happened. And he's married and reproduced, of course, of his traditional right. I love sci-fi movies. Maybe Yumi likes it. Maybe Yumi likes the movie. I'll say it's average. Damn it. I didn't go to the amusement park on purpose because I didn't want to see your event. Just saying, yeah. And he's the closest age to us, age-wise, compared to our other cousins, because my mom was the youngest. But yeah, he was a major douche and a big racist. What else? I did say I experienced racism in Canada. Of course, it's if you're a POC, then it's bound to happen. But those are pretty dark stories. I shouldn't really say anything on like a video like this. Plus, I'm still struggling to think of words. Well, let's see. Looks no, I'll play safe till third year. Is it vacation? Maybe it's vacation. But I won't risk it. Yep, spring vacation, spring break. Now I'm free to do whatever I want. Because no girls will be showing up beyond this point. So just like take a look at the stats. It's already up to idea, I think. Chat will say something about how he is close, how close to Shiori's ideals. Shiori will go to the college. Yes, first-rate university. And Shiori will... Oh, he doesn't. Maybe he only does that in the PlayStation port. Because at the beginning of third year, Chad does like say how close he is to her ideals. Wait. Cherry blossoms. I'll probably call Shiori up. I'm now I'm a bit concerned right now because of the other girl's affections. Maybe I have to date her every 2 weeks or something. Because I'm not in the same club as her. I could like go to the same club as her, but it would be too easy, right? I'm like thinking about things to say. I totally understand why some streams or some Let's Plays are totally silent in certain sections. Oh, I'm sorry, Saki. I'm sorry. Haru again. Ugh. So when I first played Tokimemo, it was almost a blind playthrough. I knew about Shiori, but I knew that you could date girls, but I didn't know anything about the mechanics. So I didn't know there was a bomb system. And back then, my Japanese weren't that good. I was in elementary school. So when a bomb exploded and Yoshio called you and said, I hurt someone's feelings, I totally didn't understand what was going on, but I noticed that all the girls had those like stinky face expressions, you know? So it had something to do with the affection. I realized that, but I didn't know how to prevent it. So yeah, it was very downhill from that. I eventually did notice like after some girls made angry faces at me and I dated her, it would go away. Oh, it's so and so. Okay, it's okay. I have only eyes for you, Shiori. For this playthrough, I mean, yeah. But at that time, I didn't know the strategies to prevent girls from appearing, so there were a ton of girls present, and it was even so hard. Just, well, it wasn't strategic. It was just elementary schoolers gameplay through, and I just walked home with them every time. Really didn't care about those hurt feelings and everything. So yeah, it was a disaster. I did the characters, like easier characters like Megumi and Saki. Of course, I saw the endings, but I never saw a Shiori ending until the PC port. I think PlayStation was it. Yeah, and it wasn't that hard. There were rumors that her stats your stats has to be over 200. All of them has to be over 200, but that wasn't the case. It was 130 and 100. And the looks and the spirit, I think spirit is the hardest stat to raise if you're not in the sports clubs. But even Shiori's requirements, even Saki's requirements isn't that high, because the game wasn't unfair, and that's why it was popular. Oh, it reminds me of the Tabijattachi no Uta chat. He pulls a muscle, and it's shown like he goes against Nozomi and the doctor's orders and does a full marathon, and Shiori gives him a confession for doing that, right? that was silly. Let's see, I now could do whatever I want. So let's be a handsome Chad. And I should really start dating Shiori more, I guess. Still, there's a possibility of Megumi. So yeah, still, I paused to think about what I want to say, what I should say. We're playing Tokimemo, so let's talk about Tokimemo. I just talked about Tokimemo though. So there was a question on. No, Sakika's gonna ask me out. But I haven't dated her in a while, so I might as well, I guess. So, Tokimemo, there were about 2-3 questions who my favorite Tokimemo character was. And I answered for the girls, I like Homura. And the guys, I like Ko and Nina. And I think already kind of told why like Homura, right? She's a good for nothing other than looking cute, and you know she moves on instinct. Basically, she's very honest towards what what she wants, should I say? And yeah, she's like tiny and cute. I didn't even do anything special. Only my stats are high, and everyone likes me like a harem romance character. I like watching baseball too. Yeah, she's kind of, yeah, this response. She's kind of biased in that way, yeah. So, and one of the reasons, and the reason I should explain on why I like Koichi is because he's better than Ruka. You know. And I think Ruka is actually not that of a good influence on him. He is trying to, you know, take care of his younger brother. Ruka is a bit not stable. He's a genius, but he's an unstable genius. So he tries to do his older brother duties to take care of it and everything, and he does all the cooking and taking care of the house, and Ruka is Luka. So yeah, he's the more I guess the more hardworking one. And I left him out, but I also like Teru from the girl side too, because he, unlike Ruka or Kei, Hazuki Kei, they're both of them are geniuses, but Teru is the only one who puts all the work to look that good and study, and there are like events of him just fixing his hair, or like actually he's wearing glasses, right? But he doesn't wear glasses most of the time because it doesn't make him look good. So I like that part, you know, that aspect in Teru. Like he's more normal, should I say, compared to Ruka and Kei. And Nina is, I like Nina because at least I think he's more experienced in romance than any other characters in the Tokimemo series. I think he did have several girlfriends. And he's the younger character, right? Most of the time I don't like Kohai or junior characters. But Nina, well, he's 1 year younger, but he like seems more mature than the so-called Shota or like younger type characters. So that's what I liked about him, I guess. I'm sorry, Saki. That was short, and I was still like dawdling on the, even though I have no limitations, I was still dawdling on like what to do next. Wait. Shiori, what is going on? Baseball. Yeah, she would like the sculpture exhibit, right? Or Shiori, she really likes obvious places. And I liked how Yu in Tokimemo 4 was an homage character to Shiori, and it kind of shows in the game she wants to be like Shiori, so she's sort of faking on what she likes, faking her hobbies. And you know, she, for example, there is like in the movies, there is a like a BL movie or a BL animation, and the characters who like it are both senpais like the BL movie. But you most of the time she probably prefers like romance movies, but she also prefers BL. Let's see. She also likes the library. Let's go to the botanical garden. You like flowers, right? You like all those like girly elegant things, Shiori. Yeah. And there is a character who draws those doujinshis and goes to Kamike in Tokimemo 4, but if you take her to the BL movie, if she's not really a fan of it. So even if you're in the doujin scene, it isn't guaranteed that you are into BL. And it shows in that character. Not all girls draw BL doujinshis. And some girls draw, ero doujinshis or like the Yuri ones, right? Toho is a very popular genre. I hope I'm not too late. I hope I see your ending, Shiori. The girls, they scare me. Wonder if they're... I'm still thinking about rejoining the drama club because this gameplay is a drag anyways. So might as well just play it safe if I am aiming for a Shiori ending. It's not like a challenge run or anything. Looks. So clubs. Speaking of clubs, we had to join a club, I think, in middle school and elementary school. Yeah, no, high school. But they didn't have. When I was attending school, they didn't have like a cartoon club, a manga, manhwa club. And most of the clubs, except like for the sports clubs, were there. It was mandatory, but it was just there as a placeholder. So there was no real passion involved. So it was just like going to an extra hour after school and just sitting there reading books. So most of the time, I I went to the club, but the teacher really didn't mind, going out. So I always like just went out of the school gates to buy the latest edition of. Korea had this Shonen Jump equivalent version called IQ Jump. So IQ Jump always had the latest issue of Dragon Ball because Dragon Ball was very popular in South Korea. So at some point they started doing like serialized the same in the same week as the Japanese Shonen Jump at the same time. The most recent episode coming out the same week as Korea and Japan. So I always had to went out like it was a Tuesday I think, and always went out of the school gates to buy the recent IQ Jump to read Dragon Ball. Yeah, I remember that. Not so much about the club though. Spirit stats, stats are like already there. Just matter of affection. Should I join the drama club? Rejoin the drama club just to play it safe. Oh no. No weird rumors yet. I have time. I could call Yoshio to find out, I guess. speaking of Ueda Yuji, Yoshio's voice actor, the in the mid-90s, the Sexy Commando. No, no, Saki, what are you doing? No. Oh my god. I really should join the drama club. Oh my god. I mean, I don't mind Saki, but I am, going for a Shiori ending. Oh my god. I really should join the drama club for, just to play it safe. Oh, anyway, the Sexy Commando, the Sugoyo Masaru-san, was popular, very popular in Japan and in South Korea, but it was popular it became more popular after the animation, because it was the fans the Sexy Commando the comic itself is based on a lot of variety shows and those manzais, the variety show, like Gagmans, right, the comedians, and they use that as the most of the comical scenes, and that's why it was more popular in Japan, because it's like some of the comedies like people are used to. But the reason why Sexy Commando was popular in Korea was because basically it was just funny and bizarre. That's why people liked it. It was just weird. And when the animation came out, Ueda Yuji did a really good job in acting Masaru, and the animation was very well made. And my friend, when she read the comic book, she said she didn't get it. She didn't know what was going on, so she didn't really care, should I say. She wasn't interested at all. But after she saw the anime, she thought it was like the funniest thing ever. So while she didn't get the comic book, she really did like the anime, ended up liking the anime. And the Masaru anime is very well made. So if you like those bizarre type of comedy, it's pretty much what made that kind of comedy popular, should I say? Because one of the founding fathers of the 90s bizarre. There were other 90s the other bizarre gag. Even the Loricon guy. Who was that? The alcoholic mangaka Loricon, Azuma Hideo. He really hit it big with the bizarre comedy yonkoma manga. And Yoshida Sensha was another bizarre comedy, a comedy cartoonist, manga artists. And Masaru was another form of that, but it was unique. So and after that, Masaru the mangaka Usta Kyosuke, he did other work like Jaguar was. Yeah, it was pretty fun. I like Jaguar too. But Taberu wasn't that. I didn't like Taberu that much. Probably because there was a whole episode on Choshiroku. And I hate that word. Let's see. Oh, I was dating Saki, right? You want to go... I don't know, I want to go to a stadium. I don't know what's playing. It's so impossible to, not, if you lower their affection, then their hurt feelings will go up, which will result in in a faster bomb. So it's nearly impossible to, you know, lower the affections without dating them a ton of times, and like dating them a ton of times results in affection raising like affinity. Man, a big dilemma. Or just could skip out, but she'll produce. Maybe I'll make a bad impression. It was nothing special. I'm sorry, but you know, Saki, you like me a lot for some reason. It's just still like polite enough to say that she had fun. Yeah, it's almost like I already have almost a year left though, but the game's practically almost over. But the real problem is, will Shiori appear under the legendary tree? And I'm running out of things to say. It feels like I never streamed, but you know, those streamers who just stream for themselves, who has only one viewer or just has zero and just talking to themselves while streaming. And if they enjoy that, it's fine, right? And sometimes some rich streamer who wants to put those kind of content up on their site comes in and gives them a lot of money, right? And watch their reaction on the camera. But most of the time, I guess like those streamers talk to themselves. And yeah, for several hours, which is a very, you know, hard feat. Right now, even my throat is getting scratchy and I'm really struggling to say whatever. Uh-oh. No. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll just join the drama club. This is a drag anyway, right? Was it? No, you had to spin the no, not good. If you want to, no. No, it's okay. Dun 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 dun. Sometimes I win. Yeah. I was gonna say that if you want to see the mini games, you can play it by yourself. Okay, orchestra. She really likes the orchestra. I really should, you know, focus on dating Shuri, but the other girls. I will join the drama club because this gameplay is a drag anyway. Because they're Shuri, dating Shuri isn't that hard. You know, getting a love confession, the stats aren't that hard, but the affection, controlling the affection, balancing them with the girls, that's the most dangerous part, should I say. And that's why some fans, you know, really like to make fun of Megumi, because if you do something wrong, it will be Megumi and Yumi. That's why, you know, a lot of fans experience that. That's why they made, you know, nicknames for them and make fun of them. Let's see, whatever I want. Ugh. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Megumi. Go away, helmet. Ugh, it's Megumi, right? Oh my god. I should, it's the last year. I should go to the summer festival and sneeze. Yeah, I just sneezed on my shoulders. One of the earlier jobs I took, the part-time jobs I took, were at Taco Bell, and they train you to sneeze into your shoulders, not into the food. The thing is, it's been over 10 years ago, and after I quit working at Taco Bell, I never ate another Taco Bell after that. They were doing some other promotion stuff, like those drinks, the blue Java, whatever, that drinks, and some quesadilla stuff, but I never set foot in a Taco Bell after I quit working there. Yeah, it tells you something, right? Plus, speaking, I was talking about racism, but the managers there, they exactly didn't say anything to my face, but the treatment I got, for example, I dropped my name tag somewhere, I think, while I was waiting for my ride, and I told the manager I lost my name card, and she said, oh, okay, then you should pay $20 for me to reissue a new one, and acted like it was a big hassle. Thankfully, I found my name tag under the tree I was waiting at, so I didn't have to pay $20. But it was school was starting, and about other younger kids joined to work, and they were young white girls. I really don't want to talk about the skin color, and one of them, only after a week, I think, told the manager that she lost her name card, and the manager was like, "Oh, okay, no big deal. I could just make this right in the spot," and she actually did that. And I watched. I'm like, okay, why did she ask me to pay $20, for me? And I don't know if it was the season they joined, but they issued the girls with brand new uniforms. But when I joined, they gave me a uniform previously worn by one of the staff, and of course, Taco Bell has lots of greasy stuff in it, and it had that greasy smell to it, no matter how much I put it in the washer. And I had to work in Taco Bell wearing those greasy clothes for several months. And of course, I had to give the uniform back after I quit working. I needed it, but yeah, that was. I don't know if it was. Maybe they didn't like me, but kind of felt. Yeah, what felt it was treated differently. And the manager, as a person, well, she wasn't that unpleasant to work with still. Yeah, that was my Taco Bell racism story, and after all those things I experienced, I really didn't want to eat at another Taco Bell again. Yeah. Let's see. I should rejoin the drama club, but Megumi is becoming, and everyone is becoming. I'll go to the junk store. Only Yuina likes this place, right? It's cyberpunk, huh? It's cool. And fast food, you know the ridiculous prices of fast food these days. McDonald's, I didn't even eat out at McDonald's a lot. I only drank their coffee because their coffees had free refills back then. But I think it was during COVID or before COVID. Some locations got rid of the free refills, and that was pretty much the end of the line for McDonald's for me, because the food and the coffee kept getting expensive, and it was pretty much similar to the other local coffee places, and there wasn't that much of a difference. So I ended up, not going to McDonald's that much either. I already went there for only coffee. And fast food overall, it's like expensive. McDonald's, their selling point was the cheap food and the cheap food and the cheap price, right? And it's not like that anymore. And eating out overall became pretty expensive. So it's mostly takeout or just cooking for me. Nope. I remember Yuna's birthday because it's July 7th. Very easy to memorize. Yeah, perfect. Emperor of examinations. Should go to sleep. Sorry, I pressed on the space bar to fast forward in the emulator. Okay, doesn't really matter. Shiori, I'll just stick to the club activities, so. So I'm sorry, Saki. I'm too embarrassed. You scare me. Okay, I could go to the shrine on August and go to the pool. Hopefully there will be the water slide event. I didn't realize the game, it felt really long if I just simply playing it and talking over it. Okay, let's go to the fireworks festival on August, Shiori. Maybe we could go to the night parade too. Shrine. Okay, we have 2 dates in a row. No remorse. Speaking of which, one of my peeves about otome games and pools, you know, guys are excited to see the romanceable girl characters in their swimsuits, right? So I guess otome players are equally excited to see their favorite dudes in a swimsuit. Thing is, most of the dudes are topless, and you really don't get to see their trunks, their swimming trunks. And even if when they're shirtless, they don't draw in the nipples. Most of the time, they don't. And that's one of my pet peeves with otome games with swimsuits, because the guys, you can't even see their swimming trunks, and they're nippleless, you know. And especially those games with close-ups, and like they don't have nipples. It kind of feels weird. Oh, the fireworks person. Okay, let's see. It's smooth sailing, stat-wise. Romance-wise, yeah, I'm a bit nervous. Is there a yukata in the SFC version? I don't remember. Yep, there is. Oh, it's cute. I'll compliment her. When was the last time I saw a fireworks festival? There are lots of fireworks going on. For example, recently it was Victoria Day. So yeah, there were fireworks, but I really don't make it a point to go to crowded places to look at all the light show. Speaking of which, I totally missed the Aurora. Everybody was making a big deal about it, and I live in a high-rise building, and we could see it from the city as well, and lots of was she already impressed by it, or she's I'll just say it's pretty. And I totally missed it because I was just stuck in my room working. I really didn't bother looking outside. I just finished my work and, you know, brushed my teeth and slept. And the next day, people were uploading all those pictures of the Aurora, and like, oh yeah, you could see it, saw it from the city. Okay, well, I missed that. But if I really want to see the Aurora show, probably I could travel more north to see it, right? But it was a rare instance, and I totally missed it because I was too busy doing stuff in front of my computer. Okay, insight looks handsome face. And call up Shorty and maybe watch the light show in the amusement park. It'll be hilarious after I do all this. Still like Megumi or Saki will show up under the tree. That's, yeah, another very it's possible. I wouldn't like it, but at least it'll be funny. So yeah, just a fair bit of warning, it might happen. All the while just all my work and talking, man. And the club experience resets when you rejoin a club, and it's not like I will gain the arcane moves after the third year, because Yuina forced me to. Yeah, that was a broken text. Oh yeah, the food poisoning. She already made a mistake. This this is a rare event, as far as I know. What did you make, Shiori? And I think there was a standing sprite in the PlayStation port, right? Be strong. What you're doing is a crime. Yeah, so no arcane moves, unfortunately, because Yuina forced me to join another club. Some people read out the dialogues because they don't have that much to say while playing games, and I totally get why. So Shiori is saying, okay, where should we go? And I'm saying, let's ride the scream machine, let's enter the haunted house, let's get on the Ferris wheel. I think Shiori is okay with the scream machine. She likes roller coasters. It is a little scary, but I guess everything will be okay. We'll be fine, let's go. What a thrill that was. I couldn't help but scream. Whoa, what else was I doing? That wasn't scary at all. I never rode those like really those scary rides in the amusement parks. I don't really enjoy amusement parks in general. I've never even been to Canada's Wonderland after living all these years here. And the last amusement park I went, it was actually in South Korea, the Lotte World. That was the last time I went to an amusement park, and I didn't like the scary rides. I had to ride like some of the roller coasters because my friends who went there together insisted that we do, but was never a fan of it. Don't like thrills. It is like stable, very stable stuff. Okay, Shiori, I have to focus on Shiori. Yoshio again on a double date. Oh, a phone call? Alpha Residence, this is Chat speaking. Hey, it's me, Yoshio. Are you free right now? What is it, Yoshio? Yeah, I've got some free time. Then come to the amusement park. Blah blah. Why should I go to the amusement park with you? Why shouldn't you? I'll be waiting for you, alright? Click. It's pretty much forcing me to go. Shoot, might as well humor him, I guess. Is Yoshio paying for everything? Did he get a free ticket? Oh, look who finally showed up. Why'd you call me all the way here, Yoshio? Huh? Shiori and Yuina are here too? Oh, hi, Chad. You came here, Chad? Glad you came now, yeah? You have me to thank for that. Let's ride the Ferris wheel. Easy choice. Who will you ride with? I'll ride with Shiori. Let's get on. It was a nice view, wasn't it? Let's go on this one next, the Scream Machine. Who will you ride with? I'll ride with Shiori. We just rode it last week. Isn't usually the Ferris wheel the last like ride in a like a date course. Usually is like going backwards with this. And I don't think I've never went into a haunted house since I was a elementary schooler. And those like adult haunted houses in Halloween, you know, where like, oh, she's calling me my nickname, Chad. I never went there for Halloween. Oh, actually, I didn't really celebrate Halloween that much. For example, when we lived in the States, it was our first year in the States, and there Halloween was a thing. So my mom, you know, she did like dress us up in costumes. I was some princess with a no, just a mask. And my sister was a witch, I guess, which similar. And we went trick-or-treating that one year. And my mother, she was really, really tired. She was so burned out that the following year she didn't really care to do any Halloween stuff with us. And you know, the kids being disappointed on not having Halloween stuff and not having birthday parties and whatnot. For some reason, we totally got why she was tired, because we were tired as well, and we never complained about not being left out in, you know, certain events, because we felt the same as her. So, and for the Halloween, like we had like a costume parade in school, but I didn't have a costume, and the kids who didn't have a costume, they should I sleep? Yeah. Costume, they just just sat in the library to just read books, and there were just only a few kids, but I didn't mind. I really didn't mind not having a costume and just sitting in the library, because you could read there. And there was a teacher watching over the kids and everything. Let's see. There's a romance movie in September, in the fall. You must defend against sleep dragons. Yeah, I'm not gonna fight. But no, if I go on a date in August, I will fight the Bancho, right? But I don't have an arcade. No. If I have an arcade move, the Bancho will show up, and if I don't, he won't. Yeah, that's what I remember. Shiori won't help at all, so... Of course I should give her a present. She likes hairbands. She has a million hairbands, but you know, still wants a hairband. Oh, it's special because Chad gave it to her. No. Should I call Yoshio as, or I could, you know, just play and see if someone ignores me at the gates. No, I'll risk the Bancho and call Shiori to watch a movie. Okay, next page. Let's go watch a romance movie, Shiori. Okay, my throat is... So in case I just coughed, cut Bancho shows up, I will, just sleep because my stats are more than adequate. No. Your conscience doesn't have to eat away. She'll be spreading rumors. Like this, like that. Ugh. The bomber girl. Yep, no Bancho. Whew. When was the last time I went to see? Oh, it wasn't that long ago. I went to see Dune 2. So yeah, it wasn't that long ago. I just like watched the general view with no IMAX, and there were only like 3 people, and it was only about a week after the movie came out, and there weren't that much people in the general views. So yeah, it was, yeah, it had less people, so for me I didn't really mind, but it was interesting, I guess. The movie was great. I don't watch a lot of romance movies. Oh, there was a pause there. I thought, oh, the bomb isn't like going off at this moment, right? Okay, let's see. And just see how many times I have to call her, like compared to Saki. And at this point, you can't, make them explode, because Shiori, yeah, it's really hard to raise Shiori's affection again. Let's see. She likes the arcades. I'll disappoint her, I guess. I'm not looking forward to September 20th. Oh, for those after school. I'm sorry, Megumi. Sorry, Helmet. Oh no. No. And Megumi starts spreading the rumors. Yumi doesn't like metal games, was it? Then we should leave, huh? They're quite popular with girls. It's not like they're betting real money. I used to spend quite a lot of money on those UFO catcher things in the arcades. And just pick a keychain. I think it was a Evangelion keychain, and I liked like any other girls at that time. I liked Kaoru, so there was a Kaoru keychain I had to grab. I think I still have it, and all the paint is all peeled off and all that, but I still have it, and I had to spend at least about $20. Yeah. It's not so much compared to the price these days, I guess, but that was a lot for a student who didn't receive any allowance. My allowance came from the New Year's money I received from relatives, and I had to, schedule. I mean, like, calculate how much money I have to spend for my personal, stuff. And that's why up to this day I'm very stingy with my personal spendings and all that. It became a habit. And it works in both good and bad ways, I guess. Megumi likes the zoo, but don't want to go to the zoo. Let's go ride on a roller coaster. Girls' side, even if you skip out on dates, their bombs don't explode that fast. Boys have a lot more patience. Okay, let's get on. I don't care if you're not a fan. You still might pop out under the tree. Yep, the worst impression on her. I hope you like me less. And she still wants to go home together. Oh man. Nah. An ordinary play. Once upon a time, there was a girl who lived in the middle of a forest. Her name was Princess Rose, and her beauty matched the flower that she had been named after. She spent each day living happily with the dwarves here in that forest. That is, until a wicked sorceress happened to become envious of Rose's beauty. With the princess gone, the sorceress would be the most beautiful in the land. So she set out, poisoned apples in hand. Are you cleaning there, young lady? Quite admirable. I can't do an old lady voice. Well then, perhaps I might reward your diligence, girl. Wow, I'm so happy. What sort of reward might it be, ma'am? Yes, yes. Have a look. A bright red apple. This apple is poisoned. Eat this and you'll sink into a deep, deep slumber. Why didn't she just kill her? Wow, that apple looks absolutely delicious. Thank you, ma'am. Probably didn't want to carry the conscience of being a murderer, so she just... It looks like she got put to sleep, though not exactly the way I had planned it. All's well that ends well, I suppose. My work here appears to be done. But why did I have to move my old bones all the way here for nothing? Ow. I think I can feel my hips giving out. So the most beautiful woman in the land is an old lady? Oh, how could this have happened? The evil sorceress had managed to lure Princess Rose into a trap. She has now fallen into a deep, deep slumber. Her face, even while locked in sleep, was divinely beautiful. It reminds me of the Lenin. The scientists who preserved his body, they were threatened, right? If they don't do a good job, then, you'll just get killed, right? Passing by was the prince of a neighboring country. He noticed the dwarfs crying, and he approached. You there, dwarves. What could have caused you such grief? Wow, the princess is dead. She took a blow to the head from the apple of a wicked sorceress. She's paralyzed, unconscious, dead meat. Let me have a look at her. Oh, what a beautiful girl she is. The prince, overcome by Princess Rose's beauty, leaned in close to gently kiss her sleeping face. Beautiful girl, may my wish be granted with this kiss, and let your eyes open once more. This will... What? This will finish you. Killer Rose Hurl. Whoa. I did it. I took the match. That'll earn me a gold medal for sure. Coach, did you see that? Wait, what? Where am I? Oh, princess, it seems like you're still half asleep. She does tend to be a poor sleeper in general. Yeah. It'll be tough for her to find a husband. You shut up. Shut up, you. Yeah, speaking of which, I don't like that line either. You'll become a good bride. In that line of dialogue. Oh well, I had to quit the drama club halfway. Okay, I could I won't be meeting the Bancho. Okay, we're almost done, and I'm not confident. Honestly, I'm not that confident. Oh, is something the matter? No, it's nothing. Okay, let's go on a date tomorrow to the art gallery. No, they're having the Geiger exhibition, so to the shopping mall. Accessories, you like accessories, right? And there is come to think of it, there is this trope in dating sims where like as a guy you're too embarrassed to go into those like fancy stores, right? Where they sell cute stuff. And when I was young, well, maybe in my teenagers as well, I liked going into those stores to look at the notebooks and the pens. And I used a lot of notebooks because I drew a lot. And but and they were pretty cheap back then. But compared to even the dollar stores, the notebooks they sell in dollar stores, the notebooks in South Korea are still much cheaper than the dollar store, and it's actually has more thicker and has better quality. So yeah, Rob asked me something, what stuff I miss about South Korea, or maybe the cheap notebooks for the sketch pads I use, I guess. And the dollar store isn't the dollar store anymore. It's a $3 store or $2 store. But some things are still cheaper than the grocery stores, for sure. No, sorry, Saki. I'm sorry I keep saying sorry. And I'm sorry my stomach keeps on grumbling. I really hope the microphone doesn't catch it, but I'm pretty sure it will. Soderyu is the sleeve dragon, one of a bunch of skills. Maybe I'll call up Yoshio for good measure. See how everything's going. Ask how the girls would rate me. There's Yoshio's telepathic abilities. Saki, no! No! Well, Yumi's birthday passed. Might as well ask him about her. No, not me and Yumi. No. No. Yeah, if I tell her what I feel about her, she'll be very hurt and she'll be pissed, and maybe Yoshio will come to like punch Chad in the face. Well, he's pretty weak, so it's not that of a concern, but no daikons. Oh my god, I just realized I've been talking to myself without pressing the record button, and I have to do this section all over again. Things happen, I guess. But having segments, I think, this is first time, but I think it will be eventually better if processing the videos later on. Can't even remember what I did, but yeah, it's okay. It was only about 2 months of me talking to myself. So let's continue on dating Shiori. So let's go to the zoo. It sucks that you've been talking all the time and you're like thinking really hard on what to talk about, and you end up like realizing that you weren't even recording it in the first place. So yeah, zoo. I was talking about zoos, and I have a friend from middle school, and she's really into animals. She's a veterinarian, so, and she really likes taking care of them, everything about animals, and she about when we were in our like mid-20s ish, when I saw her Facebook, she has been posting a lot about those anti-zoo rhetoric stuff, and she seemed to be not too mean about zoos. And last time I went to Korea, she gave me and my other friend from high school 2 tickets to the Lotte Aquarium, and she went too. So I was wondering if she was okay with like doing that, because she didn't like zoos back then. And I asked her, are you okay with going to the aquarium or the zoo? And she said, yeah, I'm fine now. It's some people, it's like people change, I guess. But the thing is, at that time, the Lotte Zoo had a pair of belugas. There were a male beluga and a female beluga. And by the time I visited, the male beluga died, and there was only the female beluga swimming there. And you know how social and intelligent those animals are, and yeah, it felt like she probably was lonely, right? And there were some animal rights groups who wanted to rehab her and send her back to the sea or wherever, a rehab center, but probably Yuina, right? But sadly, the female beluga died. I think before or during rehab, she died, and it didn't end up happening. Yeah. Let's go to the zoo again. So the oh too bad part, Kotoko from Tokimemo 2, she does the same thing. She says the same thing, too bad. And she always says too bad, but the response changes if she's available or not. Like, I don't have time, or too bad, I have nothing better to do that day. So her reaction is like a callback to Yuina's reaction. Keep on dramaing. Go sleep. And do some exercise? No, just stay with Shiori. And I have to go out on a date. Yuina doesn't like the koala, so I'm supposed to say it's like scared me. Or not cute, but yeah, for safety reasons. I'll say the koalas are cute, although they're murderous. It's been a long while since I went to the zoo. Been to the aquarium, the Lotte Aquarium, like I mentioned, and the Ripley's Believe It or Not Aquarium in Toronto once. That's about, yeah. And bomb. Not yet? Soon. I assume soon. Ugh. No. It's not terrible, I just said no. And skiing, and we haven't gone skiing or skating so far, so let's go skiing on the last year. Let's go. What? No. Oh, yeah, the skiing is available after... The skating is available after vacation. Yeah. Okay, we'll just go to the... What are the places we haven't been where she likes? Like, the bowling alley? I think Shiori's fine with going bowling. She likes sports, so she likes moving her body, so I think she'd have no problem going to the bowling alley. And unless you go with Nozomi, she'll like throw a bowling ball at your face accidentally. Okay, but just, yeah, there's an exam. Yeah, I think there's an exam. And I'll do place first and everybody will love me. Being a total Chad. Emperor of examinations. The purple tank top dude. You can get a spare Shiori. There's no way you'll get a spare Shiori. You'll manage. You'll manage. What's this supposed to? What's this say in Japanese? You'll manage. Oh, I guess you can get a spare. Okay, save. To make sure I'm recording. Yes, I'm not talking to myself again. Okay, I could just sleep. Sleep it off. Sleeping all week. Sleeping all week, skipping classes and sleeping all week and heading home. Yeah, I think she'll produce a bomb after I... Yeah. Ugh. Those girls and their rumors. Saki likes rock, so maybe I'll take her to the concert and say that it sucked. Oh man. Not sure if like the bombs disappear if you, even if she says no. It will appear faster. I know that. I'm not sure on if the first one does the thing where the bomb disappears even if she says no. We'll see if like Saki makes a stinky face, then it doesn't. Oh boy. Go away, Megumi. And during the vacation, the bombs don't explode. But maybe I should have to date her for good measure, or just call Yoshio to know for sure. So let's go skiing. It's been such a long time, the last time I went skiing. And I'm supposed to live in a country where there's lots of snow, but as I said, it hasn't been snowing a lot in the past several years, and it wasn't even that cold. Very promising for our future, I guess. Skating. Yeah, it's been a long time. More than skiing. It's been a long time since I went skating. And I remember in elementary school, you had to take classes, and you had to choose between figure skating and speed skating. And I said I had a very fast, not like other girls phase, right? So, of course, I had to choose speed skating over figure skating because all the girls wanted to learn figure skating. There were no guys who were in figure skating, but there were several girls who wanted to learn speed skating. And I learned, I went to a speed skating class and learned how to speed skate, I guess. And it's been a long time since I last went. Oh, another Shiori present. Same as last year. And there are several ice rinks around town in the winter, but I really didn't go there. But every time I passed by, there were a ton of people, so I wasn't really interested in going, should I say. Okay, let's just call Yoshio. Come on, Yoshio. Yeah, her bomb is gone, yeah. Okay, we're at the final stretch. We only have about 2 months to go. And hopefully Shiori will show up. Let's see. I could just sleep. Just work on the spirit. My stomach's making weird noise. I don't really eat lunch that often. Oh, Shiori, I'm so happy to see you, Natsaki. Oh. I thought she's like in the original she said there are a lot of people there, but maybe I misread. Okay, I'll good romance for good measure. I don't think a lot of girls wear yukatas in Tokimemo 1, right? Yukari, I think for sure did wear a yukata. Another yukata, haregi. I think she did. She no, she didn't wear. She doesn't have a yukata. She only has a haregi, from what I remember. Yeah, it's nice luck. I hope something will happen this year. She always gets great luck. I think the fortune cookies back in when I was a kid had more more discouraging stuff on it. Right now, excuse me. These days fortune cookies are more like giving advice and saying good stuff about you. They don't have more depressing ones. Probably there is like something called depressing fortune cookies and it's just full of like other stuff. Cute hairstyle. That fortune cookie is full of other like sad stuff in it. I can show you how to ski. But I remember back in the days, the fortune cookies were totally random, and they had those really like something bad will happen to you written in. But I understand why now that has changed, because no one really wants to have bad fortune in their fortune cookies, right? Okay, yeah, I recorded this, yes. Moving on, yeah, we have about 2 months left to the game, and hopefully everything will go smoothly. If Saki produces a bomb before the end of the game, then it's a guarantee that Shiori will pop out. But if I don't, if I'm not, I like miss the timing and a bomb does explode before before the game ends, then everything's just, yeah, it's gonna be chaos. If that happens, I don't know, maybe I'll load or just like see the bad ending, because everybody who wants to see a Shiori ending already saw it, right? They're here for the Q&As, which I have not been already finished a long time ago. Okay, let's go. No skating after after the vacation? Okay. Let's go then to... Shiori doesn't like Geiger. The where have we not been? Karaoke or library? Let's go to library to study. Library is a great dating spot. My library card is so old, it's beginning to not be. The newer machines are having a lot of trouble reading the barcodes on my card because it's like so worn out. I should change it, but I've had that card for such a long time, and the design changed throughout the years, but I still have my old design. I guess it makes it special. Should I give her a present? No. Coming of age day. I don't have a date. I could call or sleep. Just sleep. Saki? I think it's Saki. I'm just like, counting my options. If I leave it alone here, will it explode before the game ends? Everyone's studying so quietly, aren't they? Let's study quietly too. Whoa, everybody's studying here. It is really quiet, yeah. I guess I'll wait it out to see who has a bomb. Or January 17th. Will it explode? Saki usually, after she gets a bomb, it does take a while for it to explode. If it's Saki, that is. I should probably check that out. Like I have anything better to do at the end of the game. Oh, it's not Saki, so maybe Yumi? Yeah, Saki probably has a bomb now, I think. Well, I'll call Yoshio. I have about a month left. It'll be really funny if everything just goes to blows to smithereens. I really should mute out all the coughing I'm doing right now. Yeah, it's Saki. Will it be too risky? Or will it be okay? Or I could just date her and give her a bad impression. If that would be the safe way, I guess. Let's do that. What's on? I think the concert is on. It's rock, do and ballads. So Saki is extremely easy, as you can see, to see an ending, and one of the reasons she was popular, and I think I saw like her endings a lot when I first played the Super Famicom. You could always say no, Saki. Oh no. She hasn't given me a bento though, right? She has like high affection, but she hasn't given me a bento. Her bento box. Her famous bento box. I wanted to see it at least, you know, once in the playthrough, but too bad. It's random. It's a random event, so maybe my random luck wasn't that lucky. Okay, the final month. We're getting there. Morning, Shiori. We have a date this week, Saki, but I don't want to go home together. Stupid of me. How could I be so stupid? And yeah, if I skip this out, I think it's a guaranteed explosion. Saki has hoop earrings. I don't know if it's pierced, and I don't think it was that much big of a deal back then. But the more modern fans, for idols, for example, they make some kind of that idol. They make her out to be some slut if she has pierced ears, like a hole in any part of her body, and a made hole in any part of her body. Yeah. So it's like really absurd. That was a boring concert, huh? Oh, she doesn't. Yeah, it's so okay. Oh, still, I trust Shiori. Maybe not, but. Oh dear. If I'm going for her, I'd be happy, but she does show up a lot. Let's have one last date. Let's where shall we go? Maybe 2 last dates. At this time, if anyone produces a bomb, it won't explode for sure. So it works. Okay, let's go on a date on the 21st and the 28th. Let's go to you call like karaoke. I'm not sure if Shiori likes karaoke. Maybe I should play 7, just go to the planetarium. It's gonna be Valentine's Day, and every girl will end up giving me a chocolate. You know, in Tabidachi no Uta, the drama series, Chad was disappointed that Shiori gave him a friendship chocolate on Valentine's Day, right? The same one as Yoshio. And I always thought that if Shiori did have feelings towards Chad at that moment, she could have given him something more different from Yoshio. Like, maybe it wasn't something huge, but something different, you know, not a friendship chocolate. The exact same friendship chocolate she gave Yoshio. And even at that moment, I thought, like, I consider Shiori wasn't really that into Chad. She just wanted to had to be obliged. FOMO. She's kind of FOMO, so obliged to give a love confession to someone, on graduation day under the legendary tree. And Chad was the only available person because her standards were like too high. She couldn't, settle for any guy. But there was no other choice because the graduation was already over. And she had to confess to someone, and there was that guy who finished the marathon with an injured leg. Hopefully they lived happily ever after, but according to the Tokimeki Memorial 2 sub-stories, if you played it, a lot of fans were not a fan of how Shiori was portrayed there. Let's say it at that. Yep, it's special. I really hope you confess your love to me on graduation day, Shiori. Let's go on a date. Okay, let's go to the We'll go to the karaoke, I guess. Never been to the karaoke. Yuko's favorite place. Oh, she doesn't like the karaoke. Oh well. That's our last date. Okay. Okay, I could do this. Don't, please don't. Please don't, confess your love to me. You haven't even gave me such a bento. Doesn't matter if you produce a bomb. It won't explode. You could show up again and I could say no again, and first rate college like Shiori. We could go to university together. South Korea has these university examination days, and that's one of the first that day, and the following days is where teenager suicide rate is the highest. And ghost stories, there are a lot of ghost stories in South Korea, even in Japan, where lots of students kill themselves or unlive themselves. I think kill was some kind of a trigger word in TikTok or something. Unlive themselves to, because they just got bad grades, and it was everything that mattered to them, what they knew about. Yeah, be a know-it-all. And yeah, that's a pretty sad situation. All those kids just obsessed with their grades and all. I never really cared about my grades that much because I always got close to 100% in English and literature related. I didn't really have to study that because I just read the textbook and I'll sleep. Crossing my fingers. Just read the textbook on literature related And for math and science, I did okay or good at biology. Physics, absolutely horrible. It's surprising. I studied engineering, but I was very bad at physics. And math, I was good at calculus, but really bad at algebra. So it's a mixed bag. If it interests me, I study it, but if it doesn't, I barely touch it. I guess I should head to bed. Here it comes. Here it comes. If I get another girl's ending, maybe I'll load it to see if the results are different. This is it. It's her, right? It's Shiori. Yeah, it's Shiori. Oh, I've done it. And this version, they dubbed in the voice, right? The translators, they dubbed in the PC version, PC Engine version voice, right? Shiori. Yep. Yeah, your standards were too high. Because you are a Chad. You have no other choice to say no, you know, unlike the girls. So yeah, Shiori didn't. Well, Shiori did come out, and yeah, I'm very relieved it wasn't Saki or Miharu. And we safely were able to watch her romantic confession. So I'm pretty happy with that. So I'm sorry if I paused a lot, I stammered a lot, and there were lots of like silent sections. But if you podcasted this or just put it on the background while you were doing stuff and went through this entire video, I really appreciate you, taking time to do that, despite, me fumbling everything. Not fumbling I haven't really fumbled the gameplay, no, but talking. Oh, no credits? Oh yeah, there are the credits. So thank you very much for joining me in this playthrough. And this is a good song. I like this song. And what else do I have to say? The next breaking up will probably be at the end of June or maybe early July, depending on how much I'm melting in the summer. And the Patreons will know what I'll be doing. And yeah, that's basically what I could think of saying at this moment. And thank you for all the people who asked me questions, so I won't get bored while talking to myself. And I don't know if you're satisfied with my answers. I tried to answer the best I could. And I'm not good at improvising, obviously. It was stuff that came out of my head, at the top of my head mostly. And I did think about the answers while I was, when I read the questions and before going to bed, if I remembered it. And the point of those Q&As are like having one of those genuine raw responses, right? So if I did write everything down and read it from a script, it wouldn't make it that special. But some people are naturally good at talking. Like my siblings, they're really good at talking, but not me. I'm the weird one, the sibling, one of the siblings. And if you're expecting this it to be another different gameplay with all the girls and a super challenge run, I'm sorry, it wasn't. It was a very easy, smooth sail run. I just wanted to guarantee a Shiori ending and make it safe as possible. And yeah, this is basically how you see a romantic ending for Shiori. As you can see, it isn't that hard. And I'm glad, Megumi Saki was more of a hassle than taking care of than Megumi, because Megumi did show up late in the game. Yeah, will there be that special photo in the Super Famicom version? I wonder. Okay, the end. Thank you for joining me in this playthrough. And yeah, there's the special photo. I'll be seeing you next time in the next breaking up video. Thanks. Bye.